of being only too aware. Did Stanley Kubrick fake the moon landing alone on a film set, or were the shadow people there? The Roswell aliens just fought the smiling man, I'm told, and his name was Cold. And I can't believe I'm dancing with the fishes. Had no fish on Thursday nights with AJ2, and wrapped myself in me all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the world falls on my feet all through the The Mothman sightings and the solar storm still come to Agatha, the secret city underground. Mysterious number stations, planet Earth 02, Project Stargate, and what the Dark Watchers found. Within a simulation, don't you worry though. The Black Knight satellite, it told me so. I can't believe I'm dancing with the fishes. Had no fish on Thursday nights with AJ2, and wrapped myself in me all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the world falls on my feet all through the night. Had no fish on Thursday nights with AJ2, and wrapped myself in me all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the world falls on my feet all through the Cutie loves to dance. Cutie loves to dance on the dance floor because she is a camel, and camels love to dance when the feeling is right. Always in time. Cutie loves to Polybius and Area 51, a secret code inside the Bible said I was. I love my UFOs and paranormal fun, as well as music, so I'm singing it like I should. But then another conspiracy theory becomes the truth, my friends, and it never ends. No, it never ends. I feel the crap got stuck inside Mel's home with MK Ultra, of being only too aware. Did Stanley Kubrick fake the moon landing alone on a film set, or were the shadow people there? The Roswell aliens just fought the smiling man, I'm told, and his name was Cold. And I can't believe I'm dancing with the fishes. Had no fish on Thursday nights with AJ2, and wrapped myself in me all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the world falls on my feet all through the The Mothman sightings and the solar storm still come to Agatha, the secret city underground. Mysterious number stations, planet Circle to Project Stargate and what the Dark Watchers found. In a simulation, don't you worry though. The Black Knight satellite, it told me so. I can't believe I'm dancing with the fishes. Hecklefish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and weapons on the beat all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth. So the weapons on the beat all through the night. Hecklefish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and weapons on the beat all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth. So the weapons on the beat all through the Cutie loves to dance. Yeah, Cutie loves to dance on the dance floor because she is a camel, and camels love to dance when the feeling is right. Always in time. Cutie loves to dance. Cutie loves to dance. I played Philippians and Area 51. A secret code inside the Bible said I would. I love my UFOs and paranormal fun, as well as music, so I'm singing it like I should. But then another conspiracy theory becomes the truth, my friends, and it never ends. No, it never ends. I feel the crap cat, I got stuck inside Mel's home with MK Ultra. I'm being only too aware. Did Stanley Kubrick fake the moon landing alone on a film set, or were the shadow people there? The Roswell aliens just fought the smiling man, I'm told, and his name was Cold. And I can't believe I'm dancing with the fishes. Hecklefish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and weapons have the beat all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth. So the weapons have the beat all through the The Mothman sightings and the solar storm still come to Agatha, the secret city underground. Mysterious number stations, planet Circle to Project Stargate, and what the Dark Watchers found. In a simulation, don't you worry though. The Black Knight satellite, it told me so. I can't believe I'm dancing with the fishes. Hecklefish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and weapons on the beat all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth. So the weapons on the beat all through the night. Hecklefish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and weapons on the beat all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth. So the weapons on the beat all through the Cutie loves to dance. Yeah, Cutie loves to dance on the floor because she is a camel, and camels love to dance when the feeling is right. Always in time. They love to dance. They love I played Philippians in Area 51. A secret code inside the Bible said I would. I love my UFOs and paranormal fun, as well as music, so I'm singing it like I should. But then another conspiracy theory becomes the truth, my friends, and it never ends. No, it never ends. I feel the crap I got stuck inside Mel's home with MK Ultra. I'm being only too aware. Did Stanley Kubrick fake the moon landing alone on a film set, or were the shadow people there? The Roswell aliens just fought the smiling man, I'm told, and his name was Cold. And I can't believe I'm dancing with the bitches. Head to fish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and Wi-Fi me all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the night. The Mothman sightings and the solar storm still come to Agatha, the secret city underground. Mysterious number stations, planet Circle 2, Project Stargate, and what the Dark Watchers found. Within a simulation, don't you worry though. The Black Knight satellite told me so. I can't believe I'm dancing with the fishes. Head to fish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and Wi-Fi's on the beat all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the night. Head to fish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear human. Happy birthday to you. And many more.
I played Philippians in Area 51. A secret code inside the Bible said I would. I love my UFOs and paranormal fun, as well as music, so I'm singing it like I should. But then another conspiracy theory becomes the truth, my friends, and it never ends. No, it never ends. I feel the crap I got stuck inside Mel's home with MK Ultra. I'm being only too aware. Did Stanley Kubrick fake the moon landing alone on a film set, or were the shadow people there? The Roswell aliens just fought the smiling man, I'm told, and his name was Cold. And I can't believe I'm dancing with the fishes. Head to fish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and Wi-Fi beat all through the night. All I ever wanted was to get to the truth, so the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the The Mothman sightings and the solar storm still come to Agatha, the secret city underground. Mysterious number stations, planet Serpo 2, Project Stargate, and what the Dark Watchers found. Within a simulation, don't you worry though. The Black Knight satellite, it told me so. I can't believe I'm dancing with the fishes. Head to fish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the night. Head to fish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the Cutie loves to dance. Yeah, Cutie loves to dance on the dance floor because she is a camel, and camels love to dance when the feeling is right. Always in time. Cutie loves to dance. Cutie loves to I played Polybius and Area 51. A secret code inside the Bible said I would. I love my UFOs and paranormal fun, as well as music, so I'm singing it like I should. But then another conspiracy theory becomes the truth, my friends, and it never ends. No, it never ends. I feel the crap got stuck inside Mel's home with MK Ultra, being only too aware. Did Stanley Kubrick fake the moon landing alone on a film set, or were the shadow people there? The Roswell aliens just fought the smiling man, I'm told, and his name was Cold. And I can't believe I'm dancing with the fishes. Head to fish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and Wi-Fi's beat all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the night. The Mothman sightings and the solar storm still come to Agatha, the secret city underground. Mysterious number stations, planet Serpo 2, Project Stargate, and what the Dark Watchers found. In a simulation, don't you worry though. The Black Knight satellite, it told me so. I can't believe I'm dancing with the fishes. Hecklefish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and Wi-Fi me on to the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi beat all through the night. Hecklefish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and Wi-Fi me on through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi beat all through the because she is a camel, and camels love to dance when the feeling is right, always in time.
Hecklefish doesn't respond to the CIA.
Oblivious in Area 51, a secret code inside the Bible said I would. I love my UFOs and paranormal fun, as well as music, so I'm singing it like I should. But then another conspiracy theory becomes the truth, my friends, and it never ends. No, it never ends. I feel the crap I got stuck inside Mel's hole with MK Ultra. I'm being only too aware. Did Stanley Kubrick fake the moon landing alone on a film set, or were the shadow people there? The Roswell aliens just fought the smiling man, I'm told, and his name was Cold. And I can't believe I'm dancing with the fishes. Hecklefish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and Wi-Fi me all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi beat all through the
Hecklefish doesn't respond to the CIA.
Hello, human. It's me, Morgan. I am a beaver. I hope you're enjoying the 24/7 stream. How about a quick studio tour? Come on, follow me. Hey, Gertie. How they humping? Hey, boys, hold the work. We have guests. Check it out. This is where the human and Hecklefish do the show. Pretty cool, huh? That's better. Hang on a sec. Can I get a coffee, please? So hard to find good help, isn't it? Okay, where were we? Hang on. There's something wrong with the prompter. What does that mean? Play us out. Play us out? I don't know what that means, play us out. Forget it. We'll do it live. I'll write it myself, and we'll do it live. The whole thing stinks.
One day, a drunk ice fisherman drilled a hole in the ice and looked into the hole. A loud voice from above said, "There are no fish down there." He walked several yards away and drilled another hole and peered into the hole again. And a voice said, "There's no fish down there." He then walked about 50 yards away, drilled another hole, and again a voice said, "I'm telling you, there's no fish down there." He looked up to the sky and said, "God, is that you?" The voice said, "No, you idiot. I'm the rink manager." I love that one. It's a good one.
But it's different from the rest of the thunder. Others in the area report similar phenomena.
Well, wait, what's that word?
What? Phenomena?
Do 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 do
Phenomena.
do 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 do.
Phenomena.
Do 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 do. And you may continue.
All engine running.
This one goes out to the first fish in space. Ground control to Major Tom. Ground control to Major Tom. Take your protein pills and put your helmet on. Ground control to Major Tom. 7, 6. Commencing countdown, engines on. 3, 2. Check ignition and may God's love be with you. Oh, here we go, baby! To the moon! This is ground control to Major Tom. You really made the grade. And the papers want to know whose shirt you wear. Now it's time to leave the capsule if you dare. This is Major Tom to ground control. I'm stepping through the door. And I'm floating in the most peculiar way. And the stars look very different today. For here am I sitting in a tin can, far above the world. Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do. Doop, doop. Do, do, do-ba-do, ba-do, ba-do, This is Hecklefish at the Pork Chop Express, and I'm talking to whoever's listening out there. It's like I told my last wife. I says, honey, I never drive faster than I can see. Besides that, it's all in the reflexes. You just listen to the Pork Chop Express and take his advice on a dark and stormy night, all right? When some wild-eyed, 8-foot-tall maniac grabs your neck, taps the back of your favorite head up against the barroom wall, and he looks you crooked in the eye and he asks you if you paid your dues. Well, you just stare that big sucker back in the eye and remember what old Hecklefish always says at a time like that. Have you paid your dues, Fish? Yes, sir, that check is in the mail. Well, you see, I'm not saying that I've been everywhere and I've done everything, but I do know it's a pretty amazing planet we live on here, and a man would have to be some kind of fool to think we're all alone in this universe.
And the airport was buzzing. These were the days before full body scanners and
Remove your laptops, tablets, and place them in their own dirty plastic tray that's still wet from the last guy for some reason.
right.
Take off your belt, your shoes, and remove any lotions, creams, and gels, and place your personal items in another dirty plastic tray. If there are no trays available, please fight over them, as we at the TSA take bets to see how angry we can make you. If you become violent in 3 minutes or less, I win $20. Step forward and have your rights completely trampled by an angry middle-aged man in a blue shirt. Once you step through our x-ray machine that may or may not cause cancer, we may decide to put on plastic gloves and fondle you in front of a group of strangers. This is what we in the TSA call the cherry on top.
You good?
Ugh, I've been wanting to get that off my chest for a long time.
And around the circle, sprinkle various substances like salt and herbs. And for especially evil demons, an animal like a goat or a chicken would have to be sacrificed.
Salt and herbs on a dead chicken? That doesn't sound like a ritual. It sounds like a delicious recipe.
You're killing me, pal.
Well, I'm sorry. I skipped lunch and you tell me exorcisms use 11 herbs and spices on chicken. What do you expect? By the way, you and Colonel Sanders make demons sound finger-licking good.
That was not my intention.
Now I know why the chicken's so addicting. It's seasoned with evil.
If you just let me get through this, we'll grab lunch.
Chicken bucket from KFC?
Is that even a question at this point?
My little buttercup has the sweetest smile. Dear little buttercup, won't you stay a while? Come with me where moonbeams paint the sky. You and I might linger in the sweet by and by. Oh, dear little buttercup, with your eyes so blue. Oh, little buttercup, you're a dream come true. You and I will settle down in a cottage built for two. Oh, dear little buttercup, I love you. Everybody, my little buttercup has the sweetest. Dear little buttercup, won't you stay up? You need a job? You and I will settle down in a cottage built for two. Oh, dear little buttercup, sweet little buttercup,
My little buttercup.
I love you. Thank you.
Sometimes the differences between universes are small. Like there's a reality where maybe I have a different set. Or a different sidekick.
Oh my goodness, what are we talking about today, Mel's Hole? I love Mel's Hole. If I had my way, we'd get into Mel's Hole every day.
Well, that was weird. Hey, is there a reality where I'm the host of the show and you're the sidekick?
Yep.
Today we're going deep inside Mel's hole.
Do we have to keep making that joke? It's getting a little stale, don't you think?
Shut up, human! I'm the host of this show. You hear me? Me! Be quiet or I'll turn off your oxygen. I'll tell you when it's time for you to speak.
Yeah, but
Silence! Oh, I like that one.
born into a devoutly Catholic family, Annalise Michelle had a normal childhood.
What kind of name is Anal Ease?
Annalise.
What'd I say?
She was a children's game from the UK called Tiggy Touchwood, which is essentially a game of tag. Now what?
Touch wood.
Don't be an infant. Verse.
So if these other universes exist, can we visit them? I'd like to go to that universe where I'm the host of the show. You promise to behave, then I'll turn your oxygen back on. Promise?
Promise.
Good, human. Now tell me, who's the boss? Who's the boss?
Tony Danza.
Oh, you think that's funny, huh? What if I put helium down your tube instead, eh?
I'm begging you. Oh no.
Really? Does this make you happy? Does this make you feel good?
It kinda does, actually.
Some say this was how the Count was able to talk his way out of the English prison.
Jedi mind trick?
Yep.
I'm not the count you're looking for.
You're not the Count we're looking for.
Move along.
Move along.
Move along.
Move along.
Crossover children, all are welcome. All welcome. Go into the light.
No! You said don't go into the light!
There is peace and serenity.
You good?
I didn't get it.
Don't you hate that?
Yep.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Think of a nightclub or a concert where you could feel the bass. Like that.
Omakase!
Crap.
Fear the crab cat.
Yeah, I know. Fear the Crab Cat.
Okay, I won. Now we get to do the bit.
I really don't want to do it.
We had a deal. Ferengi Rule of Acquisition 16 says...
A deal is a deal. I know. You don't have to quote the rules of acquisition for me.
Grab your sweater. It's showtime.
Crap.
Oh, are you the new butler human?
It's been a long time since I've been the new anything.
Oh, I'm Hecklefish. I live down the road. Oh, you're the human from America.
News sure travels fast, doesn't it?
Pleased to meet you. Oh, you're the one that sings, right?
Well, right or wrong, look, I don't want to do this. I feel stupid. This sweater is ridiculous.
A deal is a deal. Do it.
Fine.
Oh, by the way, those sweaters are available in the Wi-Fi store.
Are we plugging merch or doing this stupid bit?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Hang on. Where are we? Okay, got it. Oh, you're the one that sings, right?
Well, right or wrong, I sing anyway.
I sing too.
Oh, good. What kind of singing?
Mostly contemporary stuff. Do you like modern music?
Oh, I think it's marvelous. Some of it really, really fine. But tell me, do you ever listen to any of the older fellas?
Oh, sure. I like David Bowie and Bananarama.
Ooh, you go back that far, huh?
Yeah, I'm not as young as I look, eh?
Well, none of us is these days.
Yeah, in fact, I have a 6-year-old guppy. Look at this here. This song is my guppy's favorite. You know this one?
Oh, I do indeed. It's a lovely thing.
They told me, ba-ra-ba-bum-bum, a newborn king to see, ba-ra-ba-bum-bum. Our finest gifts we bring, ba-ra-ba-bum-bum, ra-ba-bum-bum, ra-ba-bum-bum. Peace on earth, can it be? Years from now, perhaps we'll see the day of glory. See the day when fish of goodwill live in peace again. Peace on earth. Can it be? Every guppy must be made aware. Every guppy must be made to care. Care enough for his fellow man to give all the love
Daddy can. I pray my wish will come true for my guppy and for yours too. You'll see the day of glory. See the day when fish of goodwill live in peace again. Peace on earth. Can it be? Can it be?
It's a pretty thing, isn't it?
Merry Christmas, everybody.
In Area 51, a secret code inside the Bible said I would. I love my UFOs and paranormal fun, as well as music, so I'm singing it like I should. But then another conspiracy theory becomes the truth, my friends, and it never ends. No, it never ends. I feel the crap cat and got stuck inside Mel's hole with MK Ultra. I'm being only too aware. Did Stanley Kubrick fake the moon landing alone on a film set, or were the shadow people there? The Roswell aliens just fought the smiling man, I'm told, and his name was Cold. And I can't believe I'm dancing with the fishes. Headfish on Thursday night, Wednesday, J2, and the Wi-Fi left me all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the night. The Mothman sightings and the solar storm still come to Agatha, the secret city underground. Mysterious number stations, planet Circle 2, Project Stargate, and what the Dark Watchers found. Within a simulation, don't you worry though. The Black Knight satellite, it told me so. I can't believe I'm dancing with the fish. Headfish on Thursday night, Wednesday, J2, and the Wi-Fi's on me all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the night. Headfish on Thursday night, Wednesday, J2, and the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the Cutie loves to dance. Cutie loves to dance on the dance floor because she is a camel, and camels love to dance when the feeling is right on waves in time. Cutie loves to dance. Cutie loves to dance.
Thank you for watching the After Files live stream. This is not a professional production. We don't know why anyone watches this thing, but we're glad you do. And now, to kick off the show is everyone's favorite sidekick, the one, the only, Hecklefish.
Welcome back. Your dreams were your ticket out. Welcome back to that same old place that you laughed about. Well, the names have all changed since you hung around, but those dreams have remained and they turn around. Who'd have thought they'd lead ya?
Who'd have thought they'd lead ya?
Back here where we need ya.
Here where we need ya.
Yeah, we tease them a lot, 'cause we got 'em on a spot. Welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back. Yeah, we tease them a lot, 'cause we got 'em on the spot. Welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
All right, hang on. Here's what happens. I'm in Vegas. You guys can hear me, right? Thank goodness I have the second camera. So in Vegas, every time you touch anything, you get shocked to the point of pain and welts. But electronics don't like that. I mean, I'm not a huge fan either. So I forgot to ground myself before I touched the camera. I touched the camera, and that's what happened. You can see the moment I touched the camera. So I'm going to try and see if I can fix it. So hang on. Hang on. Where is it? Down there. Oh, boy. All right. All right. Hang on. There we go. At first, I didn't think that was going to work. So you can see me, right? See me, hear me?
You think this passes for a live stream? Think again.
It hurts my feelings. Hey, Merry Christmas, everybody. Ho, ho, ho. Who's here? Alf Pacino, you can hear? Good. McGallic here. Lucky Stone, DJ K, Timothy, good to see you. Sleeping Wolf C, Abrella 69, Giggity's here. Ken the Band, John Kurtz, Sloopy, good to see you. Sloopy 420, keeping it cloudy with a little blorpus. Passion Vine Tea. Passion Vine Tea. Okay. You were fine, then you watch this. The intro is so crazy, right? And look, I saw people saying like, oh my God, the spinning and my vertigo. Totally get it. It was totally intentional. I wanted it to be chaotic. And I just noticed during one of those spins, my nose is just stuck in my giant, I almost said guinea nose, but you can't, I guess that's a slur. My big old guinea nose, my schnozola was in this shot. Did you see that? The old schnozola. You guys remember Jimmy Durante? Perfect. Remember Frosty the Snowman? Was that the perfect Christmas show as a kid? Frosty the Snowman was a jolly, happy soul. You guys remember that, right? You guys are too young to remember that. Me and Gene is here. Good to see you. Ghost Call Paranormal. That sounds like you might have a cool channel. Nixit knows what I'm talking about. Cha-cha-cha. All right, let's see. Who can get it first? Good night, Mrs. Blank, wherever you are. Let's see who can get that one first. It's going to need to be an old timer like me. Merry Christmas, The Enclave. And Jacob. Laura Rollins, good to see you. Kenny Parks. Thanks, Mr. Jesus Moreno or Jesus. Purple Pineberries from Switzerland. Good to see you. Burr Lives, very, very, he's classic. Crimson Mutt is new here. Why the orange glasses? So it's not a fashion statement. It's the orange have blue blockers and a tint because I have these really bright lights in my face. Plus, because I'm old, they have magnification. So I can read the chat and not have to squint. If you look at the first few after files before I figured this out, it's a lot of this, which is this is not a professional operation, so I guess this is fine. But that's why. If you want to buy these, if you go on our subreddit, we have a link to the Amazon link. I'm not endorsing it. I'm just saying some people want them. So they're good for if you do a lot of coding and you spend a lot of time in front of the screen, these actually will make your eyes, it's just much better for your eyes, the blue blockers. So that's why Crimson Mutt is so I could see. Oh, I see Mrs. Calabash was green tea got it. Were you first? I think, oh no, Wolf Kinder got it. Were you first, Wolf? Alf Pacino got it. Was Alf first? Gracie Beard got it. I'm scrolling back. Islander Draws first. Going. Clark got it. Going back. Oh my goodness. I can't believe anybody got it. Glitters Forever first. Going back. W.T. Gardner first. Going back. Where I think Koga almost with Callaway. Almost. Geoduck Envy. Good night, Miss Calabash, wherever you are, is correct. Anyone else? I'm going. Wow, a lot of people got it. Bubba Doom, 1837, first. Jay Tiger first. Going. Jeffrey Party first. Oh, wow. Really? During the stream? 18B Actual first. Carlos Doggett first. I'm going to get there. Nick, I didn't think anyone was going to get this. Nick R was first. Is it Nick R? Michael Wing. Calabash. Is it Michael? All right, I'm gonna have to wrap up the scrolling in a second because it looks like everybody got it. Think it's Michael because I can't scroll any further than that. So if somebody beat Michael, I'm sorry, but it's as far as I can scroll. So Michael got it first. All right, what did I miss? If you so I'll try and read all super chats today because I'm going to stream. I'm going to try and go 4 or 5 hours if I can. Unless I get really hungry. It's Jenny's making spaghetti and meatballs for the whole crew, so it's probably just going to be me on the stream because everybody else who comes on here is going to be in my kitchen eating. So spaghetti and meatballs, which is always a point of contention for my wife and I, because she's very proud of her spaghetti and meatballs. It's a family recipe. But, she's from Kansas City. I'm from the Bronx. And my sauce, or as we call it, gravy, is just... And meatballs, it's Nunny's recipe. It's so good. So we have a little bit of I was going to say friendly competition, but it's not friendly at all. We have fights about it. Because when she said last night, I'm going to make spaghetti and meatballs, I went, oh boy. She went, oh, again with this? So earlier, dinner is going to be like 2 o'clock or so. So around 10:30 this morning, I said, what are you doing? You got 4 hours till dinner. They got to get the sauce on. She's like, oh, the sauce, it's just going to take me like an hour. I was like, oh, Madonna me. Gravy takes 8 hours. You stir and stir. You put the water in. You stir. You put the water in. You put the stir. You put the water in. It takes 8 hours. I don't know how you make a gravy in an hour and a half. Nope. Everyone gifting memberships is very kind of you. Very, very nice of you guys to do that. I hope everybody who got their Waffle House merch got it on time. We worked very hard to get that stuff out. Eric and Yana came in late, worked weekends, came in early, and tried to get everything out for you guys. And I forget what the cutoff day was, but I think we got stuff out as early as as late as the 22nd. So I hope it arrived. Aside from the shirts and like the sweatshirts, the clothing, that's print on demand. So we don't have a lot of control over how long that stuff takes, but it usually just takes a couple of days. you know, when I order a shirt and I order from the store, I kind of like secret shop to see how it works, just to check in. And the last sweatshirt I ordered was a couple of weeks ago. It only took like 3 days to get here, so it wasn't bad. But the other stuff, like the plushies and challenge coins and all that, all the jazz, that ships right from the studio. So order comes in and goes out the next day. So I hope you're able to get your gifts in. So what I was saying was I'll try to read all the super chats. I'm sorry if I can't, but when I'm starting to wrap it up and they start to stack up and I can see I'm not going to have enough time, I'll do a last call so you don't spend money and then get annoyed like, oh, I sent $5 and didn't read my thing. But if you tag me in the main chat, which I always have in front of me, I will usually, as long as it doesn't zip by too fast, I'll see it and I'll be happy to answer it. So you don't have to spend any money to do that. We have a few people that are Cattle AJ, your bar is straight from Firefly. That's a great compliment. But I don't remember the bar in Firefly. Unless you, I mean, you're talking about the one in Serenity, the great fight scene. That's one of the best choreographed fight scenes in sci-fi. Is that what you're talking about? Otherwise, it's just Jen built that, by the way. Oh, Jen designed it, and my buddy Joe, who works for the channel, built it. They did a great job. Merry Christmas to you, Zekwit. Merry Christmas to you. I see we have a couple of folks who are alone this year. Feel free to speak up if you want a little support. You don't have to. We just want to make sure that you're feeling okay. That's why I started doing this. I think this is my 4th one in a row. Might be the 4th one. And I because this is 25, right? It might be 3rd. I started doing them because Dad passed away, and he passed away in February, so it wasn't like he passed away right at Christmas. But I remember it was the first Christmas without Dad. Which sucks. Sucks because the last time I talked to him before he passed away, which is, say, passed away in February, so it was maybe a couple of weeks before that. I remember him crying on the phone, and my dad never cried. Crying on the phone like, I don't think I'm going to make it to Christmas. And I was like, you're going to be fine, Pop. We'll get another one in there. You're going to be fine. Didn't make it. And it got me thinking that sometimes Christmases, when you lose somebody or things aren't going well or just the year sucked, all the pressure of the holidays just makes it worse. It really does. It makes it just so much worse. Because like this morning, I'm texting with Mom and we're doing all the things. And I stopped texting with Mom. And then my instinct still these years later was, oh, I got to call Dad. And you have that. It gets easier, but it's hard to shake that. It's hard to shake that. So that's why I do this, as keep everybody company. Hopefully we'll have a few laughs. I won't get too dark or deep. Am I quoting Robert Frost accidentally? There's people in the chat who are going to say yes. I think it's stopping by woods on a snowy evening. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do for this live stream. I'm going to recite poetry because everybody loves poetry. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep. I forget. You know which one. You know how it goes. Small Guy says it's been a rough year. Not sure 2026 is going to be better. You got to change your mindset if you can. I don't know why it was a bad year. So maybe 26 is going to continue to suck. But try and change your mindset, because a lot of it is mindset. When you think things are going to go bad, there's a good chance they will. I don't know if you believe in the universe or manifestation or any of that stuff. I kind of do a little bit, but a lot of it is just mindset. And if you can't get yourself in a positive mindset, like no matter what, it's going to be great. You could do what I do, because I'm not really positive like that. I'm not perky positive. Instead, I convert it kind of to anger, and in sort of indignant anger, like, I'm going to kick 2026 ass. 25 kicked my ass, but now it's my turn to kick ass. So you could try that, but try to just look for the ways to make it a little better, make it a little easier. Smolgar, hang in there. Syndicate miles to go before I sleep. Yeah, I think there's a song about death. A poem about death. I had a lot of those. Charlie Girl's late getting on here. Happy holidays to each of you. Everyone, a very special. Stay awesome, my friends. Thank you for that. Snaggy said, my mother called the police on me today for Christmas. She mistakes not wanting to talk to her for suicidal tendencies. So that was fun. Oof. I'm sorry to hear that. Oof. I don't mean to laugh, but that wasn't a laugh like laughing at you. That was like, I can't believe that's insane situation. Sarah McCoy, Feliz Navidad. Same to you, my friend. You're welcome for doing these. Oh, Potty Mouth Panda. Why different? Why not just be Sarah? Why be Potty? Now I know what to call you. She's a Patreon member, jumps up on the streams. You guys are all Patreon members, right? I mean, if you're going to super chat $20, join Patreon instead. You get like 6 or 7 months out of it. And then these live streams, I do these all the time for Patreon members. And instead of 5,000 people in the scroll going crazy, there's like 80, 100 of us in there. And you can put your camera on. So Potty was up there last week talking about stuff. Not Lauren, Patreon is awesome. Not Lauren, very supportive. Is it me or is American politics looking like an insane asylum? It is, but it's always been that way. We always tend to look at things, especially politics, through the lens of our lives because we're so self-centered. But if you go back and look at the feud between Jefferson and John Adams, they hated each other at first. They reconciled later. Died on the same day. They hated each other. They did smear campaigns against each other. Jefferson apparently was an ass. John Adams also not very popular. So it was just as vicious. So and Lincoln, like the Lincoln Douglas debates and all of that, vicious. Because Lincoln was very hated and very loved. Merry Christmas to you. Doug Snyder joined. Very nice. The chat, they changed the interface a little bit, so I'm a little bit confused. I'm good. Chowler makes a good point. Plus, YouTube takes a lot of the super chat money. It takes about half, and then they take the taxes out for you as they do you a solid and also do the withholding. So $5 super chat, about $2 comes our way, a little bit less. But Patreon they still take a chunk, but I think they take 5%, 5 or 6. Patreon's kind of annoying because the more members you have, the bigger the percent they take. So what's that about? Thank you, Judy. She loves the stories. I appreciate that. Nick, this has been worse. Maybe. It might be worse. It's not, I just try not to look at it that way because you'll get angry and it doesn't serve any purpose. We're stuck with the stupid two-party system, which is, and I think it feels bad. It's making us angry. It feels very strenuous because I feel like the party system is breaking down, not the parties themselves, but what each party believes is it's getting kind of murky. Now, I like that because, as you know, I'm not a party guy. I have beliefs that fit in both sides and some that don't believe in any. I'm very libertarian, very do your own thing, no judge. And, I'm seeing both the Republicans and Democrats have the views are shifting. So I think that's good, but it's going to be chaotic until things settle. Merry Christmas to you, Ron Trines. All right, we got a couple of super chats in here. We always save Quantum for first. Oh, hang on. I gotta make that. I can't read that. Once you hit 40. You just can't see. And we're pretty much all Gen Xers on the Wi-Fi's team. Yeah, we have a couple of youngsters, but we're all kind of Gen Xers. So there are cheap readers on every table, every surface. Hang on a second. What is this? We have
Just wanted to come say hi.
we have a surprise guest. There.
What's everybody?
Oh, is it time for my prostate exam?
Yeah.
Ooh, the pink gloves are my favorite.
No, I'm making meatballs.
I know. Come back here. I already got into the meatball situation about how you do the best you can.
That's so rude.
See, I told you.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
They're not branded, these glasses, Real Rock. They're just blue blockers with magnification so I can see. Mary saying Merry Christmas to Jen.
Merry Christmas.
There's Jules. Merry Christmas. Melissa Taylor's there. Victoria's why is Victoria modding the chat? Isn't she supposed to be?
Yeah, Victoria, shouldn't you be on the road by now?
Shouldn't you be on the road by now? Digitalia, she's beautiful, isn't she?
Aw, thank you.
Look, and don't forget, I landed her before the channel got successful, which wasn't easy.
Somebody asked how proud am I of my husband. I can't even.
She can't believe it because she doesn't really watch the show. No, we could be honest. It's not really your thing.
Used to watch every episode.
I made her watch a lot of them, though.
Well, no, I mean, I was way more involved in the day-to-day production, so I watched a lot of the episodes, most of them in the beginning. But a lot of them just aren't my thing, and that's okay.
And that's okay, because the stuff that she watches isn't our thing.
Right.
Like those soap opera stories.
Oh, I can't even.
Those 1-minute soap opera stories.
I can't.
She'll be on the couch, and I could see the couch from the bar. It's like she's been scrolling through those for 3 hours. And how much money have you spent on their apps?
I don't even.
Let's
ridiculous.
Let's talk about the numbers.
Because they get you.
You guys know what we're talking about? Can you explain these real quick?
They call them verticals. That if you spend any time on Instagram or YouTube Shorts, anything like that, you will know about what these are. So basically, they're the worst type of acting, the worst soap operas, and they show you like they're 1-minute long chunks, but they're a whole movie that are like 60 minutes long. But they'll show you like a chunk, like one, they'll show you maybe 10, get you really into the story, but then to watch the rest of it, you have to go to the app. And you have to, a lot of times, you either have to just wait.
And what do those apps cost?
They cost like $60 a month. They're crazy. They're ridiculous. They're making so much money.
How many apps are you subscribed to?
Like 4 or 5.
That's a car payment. Imagine like the Spanish soap operas, but way more dramatic with worse acting and less attractive people.
Oh, they're terrible. But like, it's funny because I see some people in them that are like people that I knew in the acting scene back when I was in LA in the acting scene. So it's very funny. Yeah, they're telenovelas, but American, and they're all written by AI. You can tell.
Oh yeah, Bubba, that was the 10th Doctor, maybe the 11th in the TARDIS. That's where it stopped.
Yeah,
maybe 12th a little bit. Early part of that.
Anyway,
early part of Capaldi.
I gotta go make me both. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Well, answer the question. Oh crap! It doesn't matter asking the big question, and you can answer honestly.
What?
Whose meatballs are better, yours or mine? Don't do that if it's wet.
Look, I grew up with mine. So for me, mine are better. He grew up with his, so for his are better. It's just very, very different.
But let's say it doesn't matter, was going to sit down and just taste test. Which do you think he would choose? Okay, go ahead.
I'm not going to say what you want me to say.
You don't have. You can say the truth.
I like my meatballs better. They're big. They're super big. Anyway. Merry Christmas, everybody.
And you put a crust on them, right? Nice crust to get them seared, and then.
No, I cook mine in the sauce, so everything gets.
In the sauce you put pork in the sauce, like a pork shoulder.
I put Italian sausage in the sauce as well.
All right, I don't have time to do culinary school right now.
Goodbye.
There she goes. There she goes. Chef of the future. See, I told you it's contentious. We don't fight a lot, but Yeah, she's got big balls. I remember the AC/DC song? That was a great one. Dusty, if you want to stay happily married, remember she's right. Woman is always right. Take it from someone who's been married for over 30 years. Yeah, but what if they're not always right? Besides, it's friendly. We don't really fight about stuff. We never have. That's kind of why it works. Is is we fit each other's personality. Because look, I'm difficult. She's not. I'm difficult. And she knows how to manage me. And I mostly just tease her about the meatballs, but I mean mine are better. Come on. I mean, Navaladon from the Bronx or Kansas City, just boil them in sauce. John, but I got the biggest balls of them all. Phineas is you're on Team Jen. Not you got to taste it first. I don't think you would be. She was very upset the first time I made them for her and Jake, and kids they just tell the truth. And Jake said, "Mommy, these are even better than yours." And I was like, "Yes, that's my boy." Free Dog, you're very welcome. Happy to do it. Happy to do it. Look, if I wasn't doing this, I would have to mingle with guests. So it's not really my thing. I'm not much of a mingler. I'm the guy at the dinner party who just goes kind of hangs out in the corner and pretends to be doing something. Oh, forgot about Quantum. Thank you for 20. So there I was minding my own business, listening to some yacht rock, discussing the finer details of life with my inner monologue. Okay. When I realized I needed to say Merry Christmas to all Y-Filers and your Y-Files team. Thanks very much, Quantum. Quantum, always reliable, always first with the super chats. And there is Juliana Elise for $20. You know what that means? Uno, dos, tres, cuatro.
Human, I want you to know I said human. Thank you for all the dough tipping, as I'm sure you will find. Always is a good time. Ooh, 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 it's fun to tip the F-I-S-H. It's fun to tip the F-I-S-H.
Juliana, my gift to the White Files team. Thanks for keeping us going, and you especially. You're very welcome, Juliana. Thank you for being so consistent, reliable. Really, really appreciate you. Clayton's saying, anyone want to talk about Native American mounds? Sure. What's her name? Let's see a picture. Oh, did you mean something else? Like the serpent mounds? I think I covered them in a couple of episodes. Serpent mounds are my favorite. And there's a lot of UFO sightings around there, and there are electromagnetic anomalies near those, which are kind of cool. Nobody can explain. Missy Delicious, as a Brown and raised in New York, I'll stick with AJ's. In New York, I don't know what brown is because, my Italian family, we're from Southern Italy. So I'm like the palest one. So a lot of my cousins' stuff, they're really brown. But, so brown could be Boricua, just black. I don't know who you are. But we love the Browns in the Bronx. Everybody gets along there, except Italians and the Irish. We didn't get along so great. We reconciled. Those were really the only fights I had in the neighborhood with the Irish kids. Merry Christmas to you, Kevin Smith. And there's Terry. And do what David does, asking a question. When did you work at Sunrise Mall and which store? I worked at the Fun and Gift Shop, which was second level near Macy's. Like we're way over near Macy's. We were basically right next door to Macy's. So if you know that part of Sunrise Mall, and Fun and Gift Shop was kind of perfect for me. We sold costumes, gag gifts, novelties, magic, switchblades, brass knuckles, and in the back we had the adult gifts. So things that buzzed and vibrated and things that were slippery and things you could inflate and turn into a date. And it was funny because we kept that section sort of off so you could be private, but it was still sort of in the open. And we had a lot of dirty greeting cards there. And you know how with the greeting cards, it's kind of on a spinny thing. So everyone would read the greeting cards, but since it was spinny, they'd stay in the corner and just spin it around. Like they wouldn't be out in the aisle where you could see them. They'd stay in the corner and just kind of spin the dirty cards. So we had two types of bags that we put stuff in. We had the clear plastic bags and we had the brown bags, the opaque bags. Back when plastic bags were still legal. And when these businessmen would come in and buy their filthy items, I would always give them the clear bag. And because I'd make them ask. And at everything they could do. You have any other kind of bag? I said, oh, sure, I got you. So I'd make them ask for it. It was a fun place to work. So I started working there in 88. 87. 87 through like 91, 86 through like 91. I was there a long time. There a long time. Really enjoyed working there. So you from the island, David? Merry Christmas to you, Len. Clayton Miller, good to see you. Merry Christmas. Teach is here. All right, I'm a little bit behind on the chat. Oopsies, Jake. Yeah, we still talk about that. And by we, it just means me. I bring it up a lot. Jake doesn't remember, but I'm sure to remind them. Base, you're very welcome. I'm glad you think this is great because this is all this really is. I mean, I've got some news to go over. Oh, but first, if you want to support your favorite YouTube channel, you can check out the Wi-Fi store, shopped at thewifiles.com. I don't know what we're going to do after the holidays for sales, but we'll do something. It's not like, I'm very lucky that all the merch sells out. Like we're never just stuck with, oh, we got to run a sale and get rid of the stuff. So we usually sell out of everything, which is great, but also we don't make a lot of stuff. Like the calendars, I think we still have a few calendars left maybe, but we only printed 500 of those. So whenever we do a sale, it's really just to get more merch out there. So if you want to support the channel, that's shop@thewifiles.com. This is my show prep. So we've got a couple of stories. Some look okay. 3i Atlas, we can talk about that a little bit. Tail's weird. It's going the wrong way. It's way too long. The tail of 3i is 600,000 miles long. So that's like distance from here to the moon, and then from here to the moon again, and then from here to the moon almost again. That's a long tail, and it's facing the wrong way, and it's blue. Nobody really knows why. UFO evidence in 1950s observatory photos. I think we knew about that, but I want to see if they have some photos in the article. I don't really care about deep sea species. I care about deep sea aliens. Maybe that's what they are. Tutmosis II's tomb was discovered. So I do want to see what that is about. Quantum spin liquid mystery solved. I don't know if you guys will love that, but I do want to take a look at that. When I do my show prep, I always pull in news, quantum news. I'm just interested in it. I don't know if you are. I would do more episodes about that kind of stuff if I thought people would like them. So we got a room temperature quantum breakthrough. I knew that was coming because of all the quantum biology that's been discovered very recently. Like the one that blows everybody's mind is how birds use quantum technology to navigate. And it's crazy because a lot of migratory birds is what they will do is there's a protein in their eye called a cryptochrome. And what this cryptochrome will do is it will spin off a particle and entangle itself with another particle in the Earth's magnetic field, so that wherever it's going, it always knows where the Earth's magnetic field is. And they think that how this operates to a bird is, let me hide this for a second, is that birds, when they're flying, they might see almost an overlay, like a HUD of the Earth's magnetic field. I'd like to see what that looks like, wouldn't you? So that's very interesting. But what's hard for science to reconcile is quantum systems are very fragile and need to exist or needed to exist when we create them at absolute zero, in a vacuum. You have to try to you can't even let the thing vibrate, so you have to have all kinds of systems in place to keep it stable. And yet you've got a bird's eye, which is a very chaotic system that operates quantum energy just fine. Same with animals that have a strong sense of smell, dogs, cats, bears, a lot of them. They're using quantum tunneling to smell, which is why their sense of smell is so good. And quantum tunneling is the dog can smell something through a cement wall because the particles just go through that space in between the other particles. It's crazy. And some people think we have that as well. So I'm still working on that episode about quantum consciousness. And the longer I wait, the more real it feels, is because the quantum consciousness, a lot of those theories come from Sir Roger Penrose and Doug Hameroff. Their theory, it's the or theory, where we've got these microtubules in our brain, and they believe, and Penrose he's Nobel Prize winning, he's a super genius from Oxford, I believe, super genius, and he thinks that these quantum tubules have these microtubules have quantum systems, and those quantum systems are essentially collapsing the waveform in microseconds, in nanoseconds, in very small amounts of time constantly, and that's makes us create our reality in real time. I know, it's crazy. Not a great explanation, but that's why it takes me a week or two to write those. And, maybe Penrose is pretty old now. I don't know if I can get him in the basement to talk, but I would love to. He was great on Rogan, but I wanted Joe to ask more physics questions, but, that's Joe's really wants to hear more of the esoteric stuff. Science with Sir Roger, if we can. And Donald Huffman has some other theories, not quite quantum, but he believes that our reality is just a user interface, that there's something very different that we're just not aware of because we didn't evolve to understand it. So we evolved basically a user interface, an OS, a desktop that we use to navigate, and there is no reality, but we're all working within the same interface that we create all the time. Now I got to scroll down in the chat to see who's bored. What's that? Did you get that show started in the basement? No, we're a few weeks away from that. I think we're recording the first show. We're going to record a few and start releasing them probably in February. So we're going to record a few in January, just so I can kind of relax. I haven't interviewed people in 20 years. I'm going to be rusty. So we've got some friendly folks coming in, guys like Mike Barra, Grandmaster Timothy Hogan, Knights Templar, guys like that who will be cool and let me make mistakes and fumble around. But in the middle of all that, I have to go out and do Tucker Carlson's show. That's pretty crazy. So we're probably going to shoot that. We're going to shoot that January 20th. I don't know how long he takes to air. But the deal was, I'll go out and do Tucker's show. I don't know why he wants to talk to me. But, it's like with Joe or Sean Ryan. If they call, you go do the show. But the deal with Tucker is, look, I'll definitely come do it, of course. But you got to come out to the basement. And his team was like, hey, we'll talk about that. But let's get you nailed down first. So I don't know. I'll put the pressure on him when I'm out there. Agent is going to have visuals too. I wish I had. Let me see. I might. Do you guys want to see the set? If you give me a second, I might be able to grab some photos. If I can, I can't. Oh boy. See, look at this. Look at this. Because those glasses that are for this, so I need these.
Hey, kids at home, if you want to learn how to do a professional live stream, watch something else. This ain't it.
It's rude. All right. Yeah, I got a couple of photos here. Let me see if I can get them to you. Bink, bink. Is my airdrop ready? I can't believe that worked. Okay. Set that there. Back to these. So as far as visuals, Agent, yeah, I mean, I'm going to edit it. So it's not going to be, it'll be long form, maybe 90 minutes, 2 hours, but we'll talk for maybe probably 3. And we'll spend a lot of time. Like I don't want to necessarily interview people. What I'd like to do for some of these guests, like Mike Barra, is let's research together in real time. So if Mike has claims, I mean, he covers everything from JFK to the moon, Mars. So if he has theories about the moon, rather than we just talk about it, and he says, in this photo you can see this photo you can see that. Well, let's call up the photos. Let's do the research together in real time. And if I can't see it, what you see, explain to us how you can see it. Now, that's going to take a lot of time to call up all those images and on the web and all that. So we will cut out all of that stuff. But yeah, it'll be visual. All right, let me see if I can get these things up here for you. There's one. They're not great pictures, but you'll get the idea. There's 2. All right. I can't. There we go. There we go. So that's one angle. That's the other angle. It's not going to look exactly like this because these are sort of behind the scenes shots, but that's the set. It's not bad, right? Fawn likes it. I'm glad. Leah Down, more stories about synchronicity. I agree. I didn't think that one was going to be that successful, but it turned out to be a very successful video on the channel, which is, I loved it because it means people are interested in that kind of stuff, that we don't have to do aliens every week. Miles, you want to arm wrestle Gino? Only if you let me record that. Pete says looking good. Oh, pardon me. I'm not professional. BM, yes, you can still see color, but everything is tinted orange. So I can't edit with these because you can't see the color, but white is orange. But I can see so much better with the lights in my eyes. Gannicus digs it. Cool. Steven likes the set. James Tucker Carlson. Yeah, going to do Tucker. I want to talk to him about 9/11. That I don't know if you watched his 9/11 documentary series. You should. It's only 4 or 5 episodes. They're short, maybe 20, 30 minutes max each. So it's just a couple of hours, and he gets right to it. And this is what I was talking to him and his team about, is what he's done is he's kicked the door open for me, because I wouldn't touch 9/11. I just wouldn't touch it. But now that he did this whole documentary on it with all this research, now we can do it. And I will ask permission to use, clips from his doc, which I'm sure he'll let me, because we'll send some people over there. You don't got to pay for it, by the way. It's free. It's free over there. I know he has a Patreon sort of thing, pay like a membership where you see stuff early. I don't know what it costs, but you can watch all of his stuff for free. Members get it first, like we do, and then you can watch it for free. So I want to talk to him about his 9/11 research. And again, with Tucker, no politics. Not interested in politics. Not interested in party politics. I want to talk about Israel. I want to talk about his process, his journey from Fox to doing his own thing, which, because his show is very different now. And besides, I don't like controversy and all that partisan stuff. But I do like his suspicion of the government, and I like that he's covering conspiracies very seriously. I mean, remember on Fox, he was talking about UFOs when it was still a joke. I couldn't believe it. He was the only one who took it seriously. And now everybody does, which is good. So he did 9/11, and I was like, oh, yes, now I can do that. And then maybe just a week later, he had a chemtrails guy on. And I was like, That's another one I didn't want to do, but here we go. What should we have him do next for us to save us? Maybe I'll ask him to do the Rothschilds. I mean, I don't think he'd even go there. Roseman, look into the Utah Mormons and the white salamander. So if you have topic suggestions, go to the wifiles.com/tips or go on Discord and open a ticket. Go on Reddit and start a post or email us at team@the-wifiles. And that's the best way to get topics. If you put them in here, I'm going to forget. So I'd happily cover Mormons if there's a story there and I don't have to insult an entire religion. Besides, I like Mormons. I have a couple that work for me because if I'm interviewing people and they're a Mormon, they're at the top of the list because they're so nice and they work so hard. But the Mormons have a great and bloody history. I don't know if I should even do stories about their history on the channel. You know, like Brigham Young. Brigham Young was a gangster. 21 wives. He was a gangster. And like the Mormon Wars, like in the 1850s, it'd be interesting stuff, but I don't know if it's right for the Wi-Files. Jeff, is Tucker a Wi-Files fan? He likes it, but his team are big fans. And I kind of see that a lot. It's like a lot of the creators are kind of aware of it, but I wouldn't say they're huge fans. I mean, Sean Ryan was a fan, but his editors went bananas when I was there. They ran out of the room. They wanted to talk about moon theories and all kinds of stuff. And Joe is a big fan. I don't know if you saw him talking to Jamie a couple of weeks ago, but he gave a great shout out about how good the show is. So that was very nice. So I used that as an opportunity, by the way. So it was a great shout out. So I sent him a text saying, I appreciate that. You were very nice. By the way, I'm launching a new show. So if you have any slots coming up, I'd love to come on and talk about some stuff and maybe promote the show. And I didn't know what to expect from Joe because it's not like Sean and I talk a lot. And Sean's producer, Jeremy, and I would consider Jeremy a good friend at this point. We talk all the time. Just yesterday, in fact. But Joe and I we talked when I was on there, and then that's it. I'm not going to bother him. He's got to be one of the most famous people in the country, right? So I didn't know what to expect by kind of asking to come on. And he was like, dude, just give me 3 weeks notice and you're in. I was like, yes. He's like, you want to do it in 3 weeks? And I said, no. I need a little bit more time to get my feet under me, but I appreciate that. And thanks for the shout out. I call him the Pod Father because he's been very supportive of the Wi-Files. Taurus, Joseph Smith is a crazy story, but I don't go after Joseph too hard because every religion's got that supernatural thing to it. Now, look, Joseph Smith's story is crazier to me than even other religions, but a religion is sacred to someone, and I'm not going to attack your beliefs. But Brigham Young was a gangster. Kathy Smith, I call him the Podfather because he's supportive of the Wi-Files, but he supports everybody. You know, I find what I do is very competitive. So there are a lot of people in my space that kind of do what I do, and they do not like that I'm here. They don't like it. They don't like it. They don't like me. You know, but I don't think it's a zero-sum game. I think there's room for more. If you're entertaining and people like your show, keep doing it. Because I don't think you're going to watch one or the other. I don't think. I think there's room for everybody. And if you're thinking of starting a YouTube channel, start it right now because you don't know what's going to happen. Scott Askins, Colares incident in Portugal. I don't know about that. I covered the Colares Island incident in Brazil. But if there's another incident in Portugal, I'm not aware of it, but definitely send that in. 6ix9ine, the Netflix series about the Mormons and Indians was awesome. Yeah, that covered the Mormon War. I think 1857 that took place. Brigham Young is in that. You see, he's a gangster. Wolf, as the end is nigh, I tend to agree. WT, is it true that I'm the Count of Saint Germain? Well, the Count doesn't age, and I clearly do. Like someone in the chat earlier is like, "Oh, it's good that you're letting your gray grow out." I'm like, dude, I never colored my hair. I don't color my hair. Besides, chicks dig the gray. Come on, ladies, you know you like the gray. So if my hair looks darker in other videos, check the date. It could be from 5 years ago. So because there's more gray every day, but I don't mind it. I don't mind it, but I will admit, for the first time ever, I'm letting Jen kind of take control of the face. So she took me to like one of these facial places to get all kinds of stuff done. Very, very, very painful. I had it looked like I lost a fight for like 5 days. It looked like I lost a fight, which I haven't done. I don't lose any fights. So it looked like I lost a fight. It was really rough, but my skin did look better because I want to get rid of the old man neck, and it's working. Now she's got me moisturizing twice a day. I never did any of that. She came to me not too long ago. She said, so she saw something online, and she's like, these guys were talking about how when they're in the shower, when they wash themselves, they just kind of rub soap over everything and then rinse off. Like no towel, cloth, no loofah. And I said, what do you I didn't even know what a loofah was until we met. I said, what do you think I do in the shower? I mean, I do a few different things in the shower, but I said, what do you think? That's how we do it. Just cover everything down, hose it off. Little conditioner in the hair. But now I know I need special conditioner because I don't want to get too thin. You know, I don't mind the gray, but I want to keep it. Want to keep that there. JJ Peppers, would I touch Bible prophecy? Absolutely. Absolutely, yes. I covered a lot of Bible stories. There's a whole playlist on them. Because I don't attack it. I try not to attack anything. So I don't attack the Bible. So Bible prophecies is a great episode there. And if I haven't covered them already, then that's a chicken dinner winner. So send that in. I mean, I do Nazi prophecies. I'm writing another one now about Nazi prophecies. You know, I hate to say it, but you do a Hitler episode and it's a winner. I was going to say I don't know why that is, but I do know why. Because it's interesting. He was interesting. I'm not a fan, but he was so crazy. Like the way that he basically tore up all of Europe searching for biblical artifacts. That's nuts. And took it so seriously. That's interesting to me. And the Hitler's Escape episode did really well, which I was surprised, and I was nervous about it because I don't want to get people annoyed or angry. And you know, I don't spend a lot of time in the episodes explaining myself because you know, I don't need to apologize for anything. So when I do an episode about Hitler or something that's controversial, I see the comments calling me an anti-Semite. It's like, how you don't know me. You don't know all the Jewish kids I grew up with or that were like family to me. You don't know that half of my family is Jewish. You didn't know that, did you? Didn't know that. So easy with the judgment because you don't know me. All right, what do we got? Iris says, do what makes you happy. I mostly do, but I kind of want to do what makes you happy because it's a job. You know, so there are purposes. I thought the Podfather is Tom Green. We had him in the old studio. He was really, really nice. He actually just gave me an idea. I'd like to get him in the basement. He was really nice. He's really smart. I don't know if the youngsters know who he was, but he was fun. Yeah. So a lot of the episodes I do, I'm not interested in, but I'm not interested in when I first get the topic. Like a lot of our successful episodes, I didn't even want to do. Like the Adam and Eve story is our biggest episode, and I wasn't really into it. But a lot of people asked for it. And it's like, all right, a lot of people want me to do crop circles. I guess I'll do it. And then I start to get into the research. And one of two things happens. Hopefully, and what usually happens is I find something interesting to latch onto, and then I go down that rabbit hole. And then it's like, all right, I'm into the story. If that doesn't happen, then I just keep reading and looking until I can find something that's interesting to me, because there always is gonna be. And once I find that, then I know that if I can make it interesting to me and you can see that that's authentic, it's my job to make it interesting to you. And I think I can do that. I don't hit it out of the park every time, but I swing for the fences every time. I would look at you as popularizing the genre and opening doors if I had this type of channel. I hope so. Um, what I do differently, but a lot of people do it now. And some of them credit the Y files, some of them don't. But what I do differently, at least from the start of the channel, is I don't condescend about the topics. So if you're a believer, I don't talk down to you and make you feel stupid. I try to tell the story as true as I can so that you get what you want out of the story and hopefully something new and fun and exciting. And then toward the end, I'll break down what I found is definitely not true, definitely is true, and then the stuff that is still nebulous. And a lot of people, and by a lot, I mean most, they bail out before that comes in. I call it the debunk section, but it's not really. It's analysis. But people bail out before the analysis, and I get it. You want to hear your favorite urban legend, and you don't want to hear some guy talking about how your favorite things are wrong. And I see those comments too, that you ruined my favorite story. Thanks a lot. Well, I'm sorry. I told you the truth though. And when I do analysis, if it's my opinion, I tell you that. I tell you, look, I can't prove this, but this is what I think is happening here. And sometimes I say, I can't prove this, and I don't know what's happening here. I think that's awesome. Those are the best stories, aren't they? The ones that we get to the analysis, and it's like, all right, how much of this story is true? And I go, a lot of it, I don't know. Most of it seems to be true. I can't debunk this story. A couple of the UFO stories, I can't really debunk those. The Zimbabwe story, people say it's so compelling, but I think I debunked it. But there are others like the Westall UFO sighting in Australia. I can't debunk that. With Zimbabwe, the witnesses were all like 6, 7-year-old kids who were sort of manipulated is not the right word, but John Mack was a psychiatrist who went out there to interview the kids, but his interviews were very leading, and he went into the interviews assuming the kids were telling the truth and skipped a lot of foundational questions and went right to, what did the craft look like? What did the aliens look like? He went right to that instead of trying to figure out, all right, did these kids see anything? Because look, if a couple of 7-year-olds say they see something, whatever it is, UFO, Bigfoot, something cool, and they're getting some attention, then all the kids are going to say it. I think, because that's how kids are. So I think, that story is a little bit tainted. Same with the Varginha incident. I think it's a little bit tainted. John Mack was there too. But Westall, kids saw it, teachers saw it, air raid drills go off. They brought all the kids inside because the teachers were scared about what was over the playground. And that's a tough one to debunk because everybody saw something. Lots of people. A lot of them are still around. And a viewer told me they get together every year like a reunion. The council demands AJ's dance. Have at it. Aaron Hubbard, what incident? The Varginha incident. That was in Brazil. That was the alien that had the brown, slippery skin and the red eyes. But so I think it's probably debunked, but I can't say for sure, which is what I say in the episode. I was honest. But James Fox did a great documentary on that story that I recommend doing. James just confirmed to be on The Basement as well, by the way, so that should be fun. So he did a great documentary on that story, and there's a scene in his doc, which is really good, where they went to the apartment of one of the soldiers that was part of the cleanup mission, and he refused to talk to them. He was very angry about it. And James had translators there and stuff. James was like, well, what's going on? Is he going to come out? And they said, not only is he not coming out, he said he has a gun. And they were like, oh, okay. All right. Well, we don't got to force the guy to talk. Why don't we just slowly back away? But he did a great job there. And there were some eyewitnesses that were very compelling. Cristala doesn't trust James Fox. I get it. I get it. But what I want you to and I'll repeat this a few times for people who are new. The Basement is not going to be a confrontational show. You know, it's not going to be me. Like, you know, there are people out there that I don't believe hardly anything they say, like Billy Carson. I don't really believe any of his stuff. I think a lot of it's wacky, but he's a good storyteller. So like the Y-Files, let's just let them tell their story, and there's no reason for me to sit there and go, yeah, but prove it. Why do that? It's not fun to watch. You know, like with Graham Hancock, who I'm trying to get on. I don't know if he'll do it. He'll do it. Trying to get on. But Graham should not debate people, because it's not like the Flint Dibble debate with Graham on Rogan's show. It was mostly just awkward, and Flint Dibble comes off as unlikable, so that's not very good for him. But I think he is unlikable, and Graham did not come off well. He almost came off as unprepared. But Graham later said, you know, Flint came up with these facts that I researched later, and they weren't even close to true, but I didn't know that in the moment. So my advice to someone like Graham is don't debate them. Come on, tell your story, present your evidence, and then just let people decide for themselves. Why have a skeptic on to tear you apart? So I'm not going to do that. Have Billy on, tell his story. If it's super, super crazy, I will probe a little bit. Like, okay, I understand the story, but can you walk me through how you got there? You know, like we do on the show. Let's investigate together. You say that every human has telepathic abilities. Got it. Let's go back to the beginning. How do we get there? Make me see it your way. And I think that's more compelling than me just saying you're wrong, or I don't believe you, or that's stupid. But I want to know what you guys think. Because just like the Y-Files, the Basement, we don't know what show we have. Let me get rid of this pin comment. We don't know what show we have until it runs for a while, because you just don't know what's going to happen. Merry Christmas, Mouse. There's an Aussie. Mega Johnny. Thanks for tagging me. That's how I see your comments in the main chat. So if you don't want a super chat. Mega Johnny, I judge YouTubers on people I would want to drink with. Cheers. And have a happy new year. Hope your Christmas was awesome. Million more viewers daily. I appreciate that. Now, the subscribers have definitely plateaued, and by plateau I mean they're getting lower every month. But the views are still strong. You know, as long as the video hits 1 million in a day, I know that we're doing all right. Lamar, do the Magellan story. yfiles.com/tips, open a ticket on Discord, create a post on Reddit, or email team@yfiles.com. And when you email your topic idea, don't just say do the Magellan story, because I already know the Magellan story. Went around the world. That's the story. But you're going, no. There's all this other stuff. Well, put that other stuff in the email or the ticket so I know what I'm looking at. Clark says, after meeting your lady, I have to say you got the trophy. She's only got the participation award. Very nice. Very nice. I'll accept that. She's no trophy, though. She works really hard. She runs the business, although Victoria runs most of it now. But Jen really got us started. I wouldn't be here without her. She's a great partner. And she comes from media background, you know, TV. So she knows what we're doing. Tom DeLonge would be a good interview. Does Y-Files have what it takes to cover Whitley Strieber? I don't know what that means. Have what it takes. If you mean, do I have the ability and the talent? Then I have that to cover anybody, Bobby, with all due respect. I just don't know if I would do Whitley Strieber. He's got a great story. If you guys don't know, he's the abductee who wrote Communion back in the 80s. So I don't know what new thing I can bring to his story. Now, to have him come in and talk would be fun, but to cover his story, I don't know what new thing I would do there. But I have mentioned it a few times. But there are a couple of abduction stories I just won't do that are just too graphic, you know, like Travis Walton and some of those. Ronald Shaw, if the Anunnaki story is accurate, then perhaps we do have hidden potential that we have yet to unlock. I agree with that. Like the telepathy tapes, I can't debunk those. You know, maybe there's sleight of hand and something going on in the edit, but I was very hesitant to even watch those because people kept telling me, you got to watch this. And I was very hesitant. And I started watching and I was like, wow, this is I don't know how they're doing this, but it seems real. And I think we do have the capability of telepathy. At least most of us do, because we don't understand the brain enough to know that. Are you guys watching Pluribus? Pluribus was the season finale last night. No spoilers, but I would need to say this without spoiling. But the human race is able to all communicate at once through an electromagnetic anomaly or something. And the people who can do this don't even understand how it works, but it works. So the writers are very, very smart. That's Vince Gilligan, by the way. So Better Call Saul, Breaking Bad, he hit another home run with Pluribus. And not surprising, because Vince got his start on the X-Files back in the day, back during in the Chris Carter days. All right, let me scroll, see what I missed. Merry Christmas, Sinai Bible. Yeah, send that in. Foxy Roxy, remember the X-Files, trust no one. Totally agree. You remember The Lone Gunman? They did one season of that. I think Vince worked on that too. It was a very, very good series, and it's almost impossible to find now because they covered a lot of conspiracy theories, and a few of them came true. And they're called The Lone Gunman, right? Ivan, Croatian guy living in Ireland. Been a fan forever. Just dropped off my ex and our kid to the house instead of crying myself to sleep. Merry Christmas to you, my friend. Tim Espinoza loves the work. Appreciate you. John Anderson, Titanic conspiracy. Yeah, I've had that half written for a while because there are some good conspiracies with the Titanic. How the ship was switched, and there's the J.P. Morgan conspiracy that it might have been intentionally sunk. So there's some good stuff there. Hoopia, Jesse Michaels, I think, would be good in the basement. It was on his show where Joe was talking about us. And Jesse seems like a very nice guy. And I didn't know he was aware of the channel, but he is. Irish, I'd love to do an Art Bell collaboration. Yeah, I miss him too, Abundantly Empowered. But I am working on that movie with those guys, which is moving right along. Rhonda likes Billy Carson's ideas. So this is exactly why there's no reason for me to attack him, because if he has fans, it's condescending. So if you like Billy's stories, his ideas, and you want to hear them, I'll have him on and we'll talk him out. He doesn't have to convince me of anything. Rick Green, George Norrie as a basement guest. Maybe. I think he'd do it. I mean, his producer used to be my intern back in the day. So I think he'd do it. I don't know what we talk about, though, because I would just want to talk about art. And you got to figure he's sick of that. Because how do you take over for Art Bell? Man, when people say the White Files is the new Art Bell, I go, no, hold on. Those shoes, you cannot fill those shoes. 6, I am going to try and get Weird Al in the basement. I'm a huge fan. There it is. Weird Al backstage VIP in this year's tour. And I told you guys my backstage Al story, right? I won't tell it again unless you want me to. Yeah, I'd love to get him on. I think he would do it because he has a lot of fans in our audience. A lot of it's going to depend on, and he does media when he's launching a new tour. And he just announced that he's I don't know if he's continuing this bigger and weirder tour into next year, or next year is just he's going to launch a new one, but he's touring again next year. And look, if you've never seen Weird Al live, go do it. Take the whole family, take the kids. It's super, super fun. And it is a multimedia experience. It is not just watching a guy sing parodies. It's a whole thing with cameras in the crowd and screens everywhere. He changes into every costume. He does all the hits. He wears the fat suit, comes out on the Segway. He does everything you want. And a few songs that you haven't heard. So I think I've seen him 14 times now. I think this was my 14th show. Merry Christmas is Art, and salute to you and your familia. Your channel, Fight My Depression. Much love from Romania. Thanks, man. Hang in there. I suffer from depression as well, so I know what you're going through. It's mostly just frustrating because you don't know why it's happening. you know, I feel it coming on, and I let Jen know, I feel the darkness is coming on. And then we just sort of prepare, hunker down. But it's really, really annoying because when you're in it, at least for me, when I'm depressed, I'm very aware of it. I'm telling myself, will you just snap out of it? But you can't. Rev, if you don't have an Illuminati neon sign, I'm going to be so sad. That's a great idea. I don't know. Can we get a sign in there? I guess we could get one in there. And if you see the window up there, when you're watching the show, keep an eye on that window. That window, you're just going to see like a street outside, but every once in a while, some weird stuff is going to happen in that window. You may see an alien peek in or Bigfoot walk by, but keep an eye on that window. Yeah, there's the other angle. And all this stuff, I'm putting my mouse on there as if you can see it. All the stuff that's on the shelves is all stuff that's been sent in by you guys. You know, all the books that I get and all the little knickknacks, it's that stuff's all in there. Lori, Graham is a Waffle House fan, of course, would come on the basement. We have mutual friends, but I don't know if he's a fan, unless you know that for sure. You know, I'm very complimentary to him on there. So I've been a fan of his. I mean, I had his book on the set for a long time. I've been a fan of his since the 90s. So it would be an honor to have him in. So I hope he does. CV still holding out for the Mike Markham interview. So Mike, which I didn't know, is a Patreon member. So during one of the Patreon live streams, I think it was last week, Mike was there and it was like having a celebrity in the chat. So it was super fun. People were asking him questions and they were goading him like, you got to go on. You got to go in the basement. I don't know if he will. You know, I promised Mike I wouldn't say where he lives, but he lives far away. So it'd be hard for him to get to Vegas. But I told him I'll pay for it. I'll pay to get you here. And he's like, I don't know. He's a very private person. Apparently all the stuff from Art Bell got him a lot of grief. And then when I did hit the episode, it kind of brought all of that back. And then when the Y-Files covered Mike, then everybody did. So he was just swamped. And here's the thing with Mike. Remember, he's a Patreon member now, so he pays to support the channel. Thing with Mike was, so I released the Mike Markham episode, still one of my favorite time travel stories. And again, I was complimentary to Mike. I didn't say I fully believed him, but the things that he got right, I mentioned. I also mentioned that he was the only time travel story that talked about compensation for the movement of the Earth in space. And I thought that was genius. And a lot of his electrical engineering facts were correct. And Art Bell challenged him on some of those, and Mike knows his stuff. So I released the episode. It did well. And then a bunch of other channels did that episode. And then suddenly the episode was taken off my channel. I was like, what happened there? And I noticed that copyright strike by Mike Markham. And they just yanked it because it's, you know, it's his story. It's his intellectual property. Now, I can cover his story. He couldn't copyright strike that. He couldn't do that. And Mike, if you're watching, hang on, I'm going to get there. So he strikes the channel, and I'm talking to my attorney. My attorney's like, we'll just go to war. He can't do that. He said, you're allowed to tell anyone's story as if you're providing commentary and adding something new, which I did. And I didn't defame him. So he's like, let's go to war with this guy. And I said, you know what? Let me reach out to him first. Let's try that first. Let's be people first before we lawyer up. And look, my lawyer is the nicest guy. He's like my therapist more than my attorney, but he's got my back. So he's like, all right, if you want to do that, you know, meanwhile, no one's watching your episode and you're not getting paid for it. It's like, let me see if we can just be people. So I emailed Mike. I tracked him down. He wrote me back, I don't know, in an hour, and explained, you know, this is making my life hard and all of that. And so he said, I just went through and I just, every episode of everyone who covered me, I just bang, 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 I took them down. I said, I get it. So I said, Mike, what can I do to get your story back up that doesn't upset you or offend you. I said, because the big thing was I showed his maybe it was patented. I don't know. His plans, his diagram was in the episode. I said, Mike, I'll recut it. I'll take that out. I'll photos, whatever you want me to change, I'll change it. I care more about your story. And we went back and forth for a little bit, and the conversation was friendly. And eventually he got to, to be honest, I've been watching the Wild Files a long time, and I just hit everybody's channel. I wasn't even really looking at whose I was hitting. I said, I get it, but what can I do to make it right? And he said, you know what? Put it back up. And he sent me a document that makes the Y-Files the only channel that can legally tell his story and show his stuff. He gave me a full release on it. Didn't have to lawyer up, didn't have to do anything like that. Put the episode back on, told my rep what happened. It's like, cool, everybody's friends. And Mike just kind of became email buddies. He's fun to talk to. He's a nice guy. And I didn't know he's a Patreon member. So there's a lesson in there somewhere, right? Is before you go hard, see if you can just be a person. And the first email is going to tell you, because he could have been a jerk. He could have just been a jerk and said F you, but he didn't. He didn't. He was very sincere and said, I'm a very private person, and all this attention is really making things hard. And I was like, I get it, man. So, and I even told him, if you want me to just leave it down, I'll do it. I'm not looking to make anybody miserable. So I try not to cover too many people who are still around, because I didn't want to do that. So Mike turned out to be what we call back in New York a gentleman. In the Bronx, we call him a mensch. Alf Pacino, Billy Carson is whack. Yeah, I think he's whack. If it's on Gaia, it's bunk. But his stories are good, and he tells them well. So, I don't know how well that's going to do. I'm afraid of the comments. They're going to be like, you just let this guy, not talking about Billy, just in general, you just let this guy tell this crazy story that is fake, and you didn't challenge him on it. I'll push back a little bit, but I'm not looking to debunk somebody live, for hours. Ugh, who wants to watch that? I'm not cable news. This is a storytelling channel. So let's bring people in to tell their stories. Let's do a couple of super chats before I get back into the chat. Jeremiah, great shirt. Well, if you like this shirt, you can grab them from the Wi-Fi store. I think, can you? There they go. There you go. Wi-Fi store has these. And you notice all those other creators you watch that have the $34.95 t-shirts. See the price? $20. Victoria hates it. She hates it. She wants to raise prices on everything, but no. $20. That's what a t-shirt should cost. And it's one of I wear it a lot, not because of the saying, which is cool, but it's really, this one's comfortable. So if you're going to buy one, I recommend not that one. Don't get that one. Where is the Heather Gray? It might be that one. It's really comfortable, because not all of them are. I have two. My Crab Cat shirts are not so comfortable. I've got two Mel's Hole shirts. One I don't wear because it's just too stiff, but I have another Mel's Hole shirt that I wear all the time. So that's why I wear the Illuminati shirt. It's comfortable. But anyway, $20, and it's yours. We've got Daryl for 10. Merry Christmas from Emma Lynn and family to our absolute favorite YouTube channel. And family, love you. Merry Christmas. Love you too, Daryl. Thank you. Very nice of you. Merry Christmas to Daryl. There's Cronus, longtime friend and fan of the White House. Pardon me. If you're looking pretty fly for a white guy today, I think that was Weird Al, right? I'm glad I'm looking fly. I don't even have the filter on. It's because women are on to something with the skin stuff. I don't know how you men are in the chat, but I don't think I owned moisturizer until I so dry. It was mostly just on my hands and my crunchy knuckles that look like a dried riverbed like that. And I know it's kind of gross, but moisturizer on the feet because I've got karate feet. You martial artists know what karate feet look like. Oof. So I never put that stuff on my face. I didn't like the way it felt. It's all slimy. But there was some episode not too long ago where I was looking at myself with Jen, and I said, "Is there anything we can do about this old man in the videos?" And she's like, "Yeah, you can take care of your skin." It's like, "Oh, all right." She said, "We'll go get a facial," and I was like, "Facial? What? After the facial, what do we go shopping for shoes and I get makeup, and next thing you know, I'm wearing high heels." No offense if you're into that stuff. I'm not here to kink shame. I was just kind of making a joke. I'm Gen X. I don't care. Um, she's like, "No, go do it. See how you like it." And I went there and did it. Super painful. Super painful. So, I mean, they give you Xanax before you do it. You know, they basically burn your skin off. But after it healed in a few days, and they give you like the special goop to put on there morning and night, I just said, "You know what? I'm going to do it. It's working." And so after we came home, she said, "So what do you think?" I said, "How many treatments are in a pack?" She said, 4. I said, "Let's do it. Book me." She's like, "Really?" "Yep, book me." So now for the once a month for the next few months, I got to go get my face tore up. But maybe I could stay smooth and get rid of the old man turkey neck. It's hard getting old. It's hard getting old, and like a lot of people watch the show on a big TV, and look at how close I sit, right? So that old face is so big. Every eye bag, I see all of it. Like, oh no. So we get that fixed. I'm working on it. I know there's going to become a point where there's no goop you can spread on there to hide the age, but I'm going to hang on there as long as I can. Jason, thank you for the $5. Merry Christmas to you and yours. I see we got a bunch of new members. We have members gifting memberships, which is very nice of you guys to do. If you'd rather spread the love than send a super chat and just send some YouTube memberships, go ahead and do that. That's fine with me. But people are here. Here come the team. But I have to be totally honest about the YouTube memberships. It's mostly just to get coupon code to the store, and you get 10% off everything. That's everything in the store is 10% off. Victoria hates that because I think we lose money on the shirts, but that's fine. That's fine. So there's not a lot of extra content on there. I'll put a little bit on there, but the extra content goes to the Patreon members, which again is $3 a month. And Patreon members also get coupon codes and they get merch early. So it's a great way to support the channel. It's the best way, but that's just being totally honest about the YouTube membership. It's really just to give you the discount code. And that $3 a month from the memberships, I don't keep it. I give it to the team. Everybody on the team gets it. Did you guys see my Christmas message? I hope it wasn't too, I don't know, sappy. But that interaction I had with the garbage man was very, very touching to me. Because I learned his whole story in just that exchange with how confused and surprised he was that someone would come out and take care of him for Christmas. And that made me so sad because back in New York, that it was sort of common. You know, the mailman would always get an envelope. And look, when they tell you, look, we can't take this, you figure out a way to get there. So yeah, I hope you watch that message. And it basically comes down to this. You know, if you're doing okay, especially if you're doing well in life, take care of the people who took care of you all year, who picked up your trash, who bring your mail. The UPS guy here, my UPS guy's the best. He worked yesterday and it was pouring, freezing rain. And he came up here and he's like, and I heard him, and he's like stacking the boxes under the awning, like being so careful so they won't get wet. So I ran out there, took the boxes, and I gave him another Christmas tip. And he's like, "Man, again?" I said, "You're just the best. You are just the best." And it goes a long way. Take care of the people, take care of you. And it comes back around because another part of that message is you don't know what life is going to be like in a year. Because I've had so many ups and downs, you know, been broke and then not broke and then broke a few times over and over. As recently as just when the channel was starting, I was broke. And when you're down, those people you took care of will step up and take care of you. They will, because that's just how we are. So that's that message. So now you don't have to watch the video on that. That's basically it. That 3-minute rundown, it covers the 15-minute video. Robert Chappell with the ho-hos. Made my stomach growl. I love me a ho-ho. Love me a ho-ho. And the pastries are good too. MK Nightmare, very reliable. Merry Christmas to you, my friend.
That's me in the fishbowl. That's me on the YouTube, begging you for money. I need to buy a little more booze, and I don't know if I can do it. Oh no, I need $10. I haven't got enough.
He hasn't got enough. MK Nightmare 2024. Merry Christmas to the Wi-Fi family. Thank you, my friend. MK, very reliable. Supported the channel. Anthony, hey, when we get the Wi-Fi's action figures, we had the U2s up there for a while, but I hated those because I don't like my face on stuff. It feels really, I don't know. I don't want to be that guy. Put my face on things. Like my reps with the basement, they said, no, you need to call it AJ Gentile's basement podcast or something like that. I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm not putting my name in it. They said, if you put your name in it, that will make you more of a brand and will bring more people over to everything. And I said, I don't care about it that much. It seems a little pretentious. And they were like, okay, we told you. It just seems pretentious. So, but we had the U2s, which is a little doll of me with the orange glasses holding a fishbowl. And I think we're sold out. I'm not sure. We may do those again because I have a super fun commercial that I just haven't edited yet that goes with those. So if we do release more of those little U2's dolls or something like that, I will I'll release that commercial. That's the only reason I want the dolls, is because I want you to see the commercial. Some people were asking last time on the After Files 4, because we have the Hecklefish plushie. They wanted a plushie of me, and I said, "There's no way I'm doing that because I don't want to be anybody's. I don't want to be a doll to anybody because first of all, I don't know what you're going to do to me. I don't want to think about it, and I don't know who does voodoo. I don't want to be a voodoo doll. That suddenly I'm walking down the street and I'm seizing. I'm feeling pains because you're sticking needles in me. So no AJ plushie. Oh, my boy is screaming. My buddy's screaming because he knows I'm in here and I have the door shut. I know, sweet boy. I just need 3 more hours. Merry Christmas to you, THX. Criminal, have you thought about revisiting past episodes with new information? Is because, I'm having internet issues. So if I drop, just give me 30 seconds to fix it because I know what the problem is. So the Count of Saint Germain, if you watch the old ones, you can watch the new one will still be entertaining because there is new information in there. But the problem with the first one was I split it into 2 parts. This is when the channel was this is a very early episode. So I told the Saint Germain story, and then I did the debunk analysis in a part 2. Because I was so insecure with all the comments about how I was ruining stories with the analysis, I said, you know what? I'll do it in 2 parts, and then if they want to watch the second one, they can do that. But what happened was because you don't really know how YouTube's going to present the episodes to your subscribers. So I released them at the same time, so you can watch 1 and 2 or however you wanted to do it. But some people in their feed, they were getting part 2 first. And they were like, this is weird. What happened? I'm like, no, there's a first part. And some people were just getting part 1 and didn't know there was a part 2. So they were saying that was kind of weird. You didn't debunk anything. So it was a mistake. That was the last time I did a 2-parter. And I'm going to go back and I'm going to revisit a couple of other ones. If there are favorites that you'd like to see redone, and expanded, let me know. Like Simulation Theory, I'd like to expand that a little bit more. Leonora, I've never covered anything about the Poltergeist movies. Oh, those are so scary. I mean, I have some conspiracies about those movies, but I don't think they're family friendly. Unway 420. How about Zahi Hawass? How about him? Covered him 2 weeks ago. Thoughts on the Phoenix Lights? That's not a debunkable story because everybody saw it. That's one that's requested a lot. I might do it as I have a new format coming out called the Campfire Story, and that's going to be just telling the story without the debunk, without the analysis, and tight 7-8 minutes. And they're mostly going to be spooky stories, stories that we tell about around the campfire. Like I think the first one I'm doing is the guy who died in the Amtrak train in California, and after he died, his cell phone or he called all of his loved ones for like 6 hours, made 35 phone calls, and the rescuers used those phone calls to triangulate his position in the wreck, and they found him, but they never found his phone, even though that's how they found him. And then once they found his body, the phone call stopped, which that story always kind of gave me chills. So the campfires are going to be a lot like that. And I thought maybe Phoenix Lights would be a good campfire story because there's not really a lot of debunk, but we can show the videos. We can talk about it a little bit. I think it was probably an experimental aircraft, maybe a dirigible, like a big old blimp, because it was moving kind of slow. But I mean, everybody saw it. It wasn't just Phoenix. They saw it all over the west part of the country. I forget where it stopped. Hey, Shoulders, love you too. JS likes the channel. Good to see you, JS. I am. Debate and shouting shows are outdated and only serve to smash open the doors to consensus. I tend to agree. Debate and shouting shows, it feels like cable news to me. I don't want to do that. There's no reason to. The only people that I go after are guys like Corey Good. Now, if he was a nice guy, it would be different. But I don't like stolen valor. So when he says he was a Marine and he wasn't, no bueno. Then you're a target for me. Whether you're alive or not, you're a target for me. But if you're cool, Billy Carson seems cool. I saw him on Rogan. He was very engaging. He was very likable. So let's let him tell his story. No reason for me to be a jerk. So if there's someone like Corey that I know, because we'll do the research, that I know is a liar, I'm not going to even bother having him on. No reason to tell his story. Michael, hey, just got the Patreon as a Christmas gift from the wife. That's a good woman. Super excited to be part of the Wife House. Make sure you get on if you hop on Discord. Victoria announces it in the Patreon feed when we do the AMAs, the live AMAs. But make sure you check those out, because if you like this, you can talk directly to me, like right to my face, and then I can see your face. I like to get a look at you. The fool who called, says Wolf, a NASA astronaut, a liar about going to the moon, made me want to crawl through the screen. Are you talking about Bart Sibrel? Bart Sibrel? Yeah, there's no reason to do that. Look, if you have doubts about the moon landing, which I do, and I express those, then have those doubts. But an astronaut is an American hero. Why call him a liar? Mumba, you like the bar? It's nothing fancy. I think it looks fancier on the screen because I have the cool lights going. Hold on. It says Team Beaver. Team Beaver's entered this stage. Oh, that's Victoria. Oh, there's Neil. There's Jen. There's Hybrid. They've invaded my home, the Beavers. Yeah. Team Beaver for life. Hashtag Team Beaver. Do we have Team Beaver shirts?
We can put them up.
And Gino Claus has also entered the chat.
Gino Claus.
Here's Gino Claus. I'm glad you guys are here because I have to sneeze.
I would love that if that was my favorite.
Oh, it might be time to take my medicine. Is why. Hang on.
Merry Christmas, Gino. Oh, you're putting on your sweater. Hello, everyone.
Put everything in, and now I don't know how to.
You do that in front of the camera.
No, I didn't. Was my camera on?
But I looked at just like a steaming
There's Gino,
pot
Merry
for,
Fishmas.
for like
Gino,
see,
and there's
things
Sabrina,
have
Sabrina
its
sneaking
super
by.
thin aluminum,
Gino,
have,
is there a
like,
Gino
that
story
smell.
hour today or no? All right, Victoria, I'm going to drop you down because my wife's loud. There she goes. You got a Gino story hour for us today or no? No audio? All right, he'll get that audio going. In the meanwhile, we'll get a couple of super chats up there. Thank you again, 753. Appreciate you. Sarge, those glasses are for the Van Allen belt. I think they will keep the particles, the high-speed particles out of my face. Gino experiencing technical difficulties. I understand that.
You think this passes for a live stream? Think again.
Bernie, yes, I love that Christmas version. Please do it again. Which one? This is from these super chats are from just after 1 p.m. That's how far behind I am. But whenever a woman asks me to do it again, I always oblige. There's Mallory, 4748 for 20. Merry Christmas from Tim and Mal. Mal. Merry Christmas to you. Thank you for the 20. Scott, make yourself a drink. No, not yet. I don't like to be buzzed on the streams. It's not a good look. Plus, I'm a fun drunk, which means I get a little wacky, and my filter doesn't really work. So a lot of those jokes that would be inappropriate or even offensive, they just come out. So we don't need any of that. Anthony with action figures. I'm just trying to catch up. Sid, I'm very curious on the new Disclosure Day trailer. What you make of the clicking sound? I haven't seen that yet, Siddhartha. I did not like the other Disclosure documentary. I thought it was very upsetting, actually. But I'll look for that new trailer. Jeffrey, our telepathic abilities are the Heavenly Father telling us what it is. I hope you're right. I don't know if you are, but I hope you're right. Merry Christmas to you, Quote to Go. Michael Miller, Chris Bledsoe, I believe we have coming in. I think Gino booked him. We have Bledsoe coming in, Gino? Thumbs up. You got a story hour today or no? So? You're going to give it a shot? It's not a professional you want me to bring you up? You got the mic. You got the mic going. There he goes. What? Nope. Okay. I dropped himself down. Hello from Norway, says Kristen Larson. That is a Norwegian name. I appreciate you. Yeah. Criminal, if there are past episodes you'd like to see, let me know. MK Nightmare Bourbon. Wee! Oh, we just got the Crab Cat Bourbon approved. So that's going to be coming to the store soon for you bourbon drinkers. I think it's going to be $35. I had a sample the other day. It's high proof, 105 proof. And it's good. It's good. It's firewater. So that's Crab Cat whiskey coming very, very soon. Scandinavian, we talk about Building 7, referring to the 9/11 conspiracy. I absolutely will. Now that Tucker's covered it, Building 7 doesn't make any kind of sense to me. To me, that's 90% is a controlled demolition. And the 10% that I leave for the mainstream argument is mostly just out of respect for the victims and such. But as a New Yorker who was there with clients down there during that time, I feel like I can talk about 9/11 from a certain viewpoint because my emotions about that day are sincere. You know, I remember the smell of the city. And Gino and I had clients down there. We had a meeting scheduled not for In World Trade, but for right there that day, that for some reason got moved. And so many people have that same story. But what I'll always remember is the smell. And for about a month, every time you would get in your car, you would have to dust off the ash, and you would just do that, and you'd do that, and then at one point it hit me like these are the remains of people that are just over everything. The whole city was covered in white ash to the remains of the building and the people in them, and in Lower Manhattan, just military vehicles and military checkpoints. It was surreal. And because I was there, I think I'm allowed to talk about it. Blues cast as Building 7 puts the entire narrative in question, no doubt. I saw some. There we go. DJ Hollandica. There were a Dutch expert live on TV saying it's controlled demolition and he died in a weird accident. I believe that. You know, I wonder what kind of a security Tucker has, because some of his stuff is like I wouldn't say it. You know, I don't talk about Mossad on the show. No, sir. CIA, fine. Mossad, not so much. Peel on Pete, I generally don't like American bourbon. Interested in trying it, though. Just so you know, bourbon is only American from Kentucky. So if you're drinking non-American bourbon, that's just whiskey, probably sour mash whiskey or something like that. Bourbon is Kentucky bourbon. It's like champagne. Champagne's only from Champagne, France, right? But you got sparkling wines and brutes and stuff. But champagne is only from that region. So, and Kentucky's very serious about their bourbons. You guys ever been to the Bourbon Festival down in Kentucky? Amber says, no one knows about Building 7. There's zero reason it fell. Actually, many moons ago, Zeitgeist, the movie, started me down some rabbit holes and religion.
I need a wine opener. For the team.
Well, fix me up a little something there. It's 2:45. There's no one in the place. So it should be right there to the left of the sink. But you and me. Nope.
Okay.
So set him up, Joe. I've got a little story. Okay, we got it. You ought to know. I'll tell you a lot. But there's got. All right. Well, there she goes.
There we go.
There she goes. And it's only because I'm an old radio guy. So I have this, I got to keep it moving. And she just wants to hang out and be affable. And she is. Everybody loves Jen. But I want to keep it moving. You know, like if Gino starts to ramble, I go.
Which I do.
What you do? All right. Now we hear you loud and clear. 5 by 5 change.
Okay, a few things. I was listening on the way over. You know, you mentioned James Fox, and you felt like maybe there was some debunking in the Varginha case. He has a new movie coming out, which is a follow-up to that, which focuses mainly on the more credible side of things. He now has an interview with the actual surgeon that was in the room with the alien, communicating with him telepathically. So really interesting. This new.
Hang on a second, Gino, because I agree with that guy, Smith. You're a little too loud. Turn it down a C hair.
Okay, let's see how I do that. Okay,
because I don't think I can do it from here. Oh yes, I can't adjust your volume from here. But yeah, you are coming in hot.
How about now? I went halfway down.
A little better. Yeah, it's a little better. What do you guys think? Let Gino know if he's a little loud, because now the background noise I think is gone.
So I think
so. He's got the surgeon.
He's got the surgeon. I think the thing that we didn't like in the episode was the young girls who thought they seen something in an alleyway, but they are not the main witnesses.
Agree.
You know,
and did you hear my whole explanation? How James had that compelling exchange with the soldier who wouldn't talk to him. So I think they're onto something there, because I also covered, and I think I took the footage from James, the guy who saw the UFO land and was crying about it. I mean,
Right.
hard to fake that. So the girls, I don't really believe, but I think something did happen down there. And James Fox is selective about his UFO cases. Am I agreed?
Yes. Absolutely.
So he talked to the
So-
surgeon. Anything else that you know that's coming out?
I don't want to give away his. It's coming out this month, so we're all going to get to see it. Number one,
Okay.
that's why I wanted to get him booked right away for us because certainly I think this is going to be to me this documentary is something I'm looking forward to more than Age of Disclosure. Like Age of Disclosure is great, but I like so many people, it's hard to believe anyone in the government. So it is what it is. It's baby steps. But when you have real people that are very compelling, that aren't being paid still by the government, aren't, that are putting their whole reputation on the line, that's something I care about. So I am looking forward to James's new sequel follow-up. Now, as far as story hour, I don't have a story hour for you, but I did put together one thing. I was working with Patrick Armstrong from Vetted, and we've been working on a psionics documentary. It's his documentary. I just went along for the ride. Happy to join him and and help out. I put the link to his new documentary trailer in the private chat. Now, while we were on that journey, we went down to Sedona, Arizona, and we were doing some psionics there, and we met up with Ron James, who is the media director for MUFON. Extremely nice guy.
I thought he was the porn star.
That's Ron Jeremy.
Oh, right.
But,
Go ahead.
Yeah, gotcha. So we went to Ron's house. We had a gathering of a lot of people doing psionics, spoon bending, really interesting. I'm still on the fence on what happened. I did see people bending spoons. I was bending a spoon, but I wasn't sure if it was just my strength or what. But this one woman who was next to me, like I was bending the spoon at the neck of the spoon, whatever. She was rolling the spoon up from the top scoop and rolling the spoon.
Wow.
Now, I couldn't do that with all my strength.
Does it feel warm?
It didn't. It just felt like a regular spoon. Felt like his room temperature. So I couldn't figure it out. I held the spoon before she did it. I gave her the spoon. I even picked a spoon for her to do it to, that I couldn't do it to. So really interesting stuff.
You got to bring our own spoon. You got to bring one of those thick spoons like from the Outback, that heavy silverware they give you. Yeah, you got to bring one. See if they can bend that.
Well, you'll see in the documentary, they lay out 100 different spoons that people are choosing from. Like, it's really interesting. Some are fully silver, things like that. So in the documentary, you'll see that. But while we were at Ron's house, something interesting happened. And so I filmed it. It's like a quick 3-minute film. And it's sort of a surprise for you because it has to do with our childhood. So if you see down in the below, you'll see I got a Ron James thing. It's, again, really short and interesting, and I think it'll spark some interesting memories for you.
I definitely would check it out. So is that what you're bringing today?
Yeah, and so it's down. You could play it whenever you're ready. It's down in the below.
Okay.
And
right,
then also, yeah, go ahead.
Tell me something I don't know. Where's Gino? Oh shit, where he go? Tell me something I don't know. Where's Gino? Oh shit, where he go?
Okay. All right.
Beautiful view. Where's Gino? This time, it's Sedona.
I'm here with Ron James, the media director of MUFON. He's also the producer of Accidental Truth and the new film,
Accidental Truth Next,
coming out. So what I wanted to show you was he has this amazing painting in his house. Maybe a week ago, me and AJ had a conversation about this exact painting.
Well, it's interesting that you bring this up because I, as a child, was exposed to this painting. It's by an artist, I think his name's John Petrie. And during the time when we were growing up, like I was a teenager in the 70s, his work was everywhere, these fantastical paintings. And this painting, when I was a kid, affected me in a very interesting way. And what it symbolizes is that the guy and his Pegasus represents his creativity, and they are bound to the earth. You can see they're being chained down, and they can't escape their earthly bounds. And he is reaching up he's pointing up, and that's his higher self that's up here in the clouds. And he's reaching out to him, asking to be rescued. And so, all of us creative artists feel this way. It's like this guy is an angelic presence, but he's bound. And that's what happens a lot of times to artists here on the planet. And so I found this in a thrift store years later, obviously, a lot of years. And it just struck all those childhood memories, and I bought it and put it right here in a prominent spot.
Restrictions.
So
the
restrictions
rider
is the name.
represents each and every one of us. The mythical winged horse is symbolic of the vehicles we choose to ride through life. Our occupations, goals, loves, and dreams.
Here goes my copyright
The
strike.
silver ropes tethering us to earth are the restrictions placed on us in life. Physical, financial, social. For each of us, these restrictions are different, temporarily preventing us from flying without limitations to embrace our dreams and goals. The rider looks skyward with hope and optimism toward an image of himself free and unencumbered.
Well, there's some editing there as well.
Some very basic editing I did last night.
That's all right.
But
That's
now you
good stuff.
we got to explain to the audience why that's significant.
Go ahead.
So as children, our parents were divorced, and when we were very young, and then after they were divorced, our dad had to decorate his own home, and one of the things that went up was this exact painting, and I hadn't thought about it for years and years, 40 years or so, till AJ brought it up, the other day. It's like 2 months ago now. And he said, "You remember that painting? What would have made our father decide to put this weird painting?" And I didn't even, again, I didn't think it was a famous painting or anything like that. And to walk into Ron's house and to see it just in this prominent position in his house, really tied the room together. It was just amazing. So again, it is John Petrie, if anyone cares, and that's the ending there came directly from John Petrie's YouTube.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to buy a print of it for sure.
Yeah, so johnpetrie.com. So, and again, we were on that psionics journey when we went over to Ron's house. Ron is a great guy. He's also a guy knocking on doors at Congress, trying to get answers. Everyone should check out his work as well. And again, hopefully I could do more work with MUFON and Ron.
Now, MUFON getting some pushback in the chat saying you should get away from them, but I don't know. Maybe we have you as a plant in there.
Well, you could say get away from them, but everything. Here's the thing: I want all of the info. So give me. Let's research and look at all of the info, and then decide for ourselves what's real and what's not. I mean, we have guys like Lou Elizondo, who's supposed to be trustworthy, who's showing fake pictures. So you got to take everything with a grain of salt. There's no one you should trust. Trust no one, and but still get the info.
Totally agree.
just like you were saying with what we're going to do with the basement, that you want people to tell their stories. So I always start out that way when I'm talking to people at UFO conventions and things like that, because they know the Y-Files does debunking and things like that. And I always say, look, I don't care about the truth of the story while you're telling it. I just want to hear the whole story, and then we'll work on what's real and what's not, and what's believable and what's not. And if we're debunking your story, just make it a better story where we can't debunk it. That's the best way.
That's the best way. So what do you think about this, Gino? Is this a good idea? Because I don't know if it is. So after we have Billy on, he tells a story. I'll push back a little bit, but I just want to hear him tell it. Do I do a follow-up where I kind of show where it's just not true?
Or
will that turn off future guests? Like, I don't want to come on and tell my story just so you can rip it apart in 2 weeks.
It's hard to say, because you could be right about that. It could chase some people off. However, when people have grandiose stories, they want to tell them anyway. So they might be willing. I mean, Billy went on Joe Rogan. He has to know that after doing a Rogan interview, people are going to...
but Joe doesn't push back that hard on anybody.
But the world did. I mean, the world ripped apart his interview, which happens.
So that happens. So Joe got some flack for not pushing back on some of the weirder stuff that Billy says.
Yeah. And I wouldn't say flack. I mean, he gets flack for not like having someone political on and not asking the hard questions. But someone like Billy Carson, it's like, we're just listening.
I think Joe comes at it from the same approach as Joe just wants to hear the story too. And Joe is not an investigative journalist. Neither am I. But Joe doesn't research or investigate really anything. He just sees Billy telling cool stories and like, I want to talk to this guy and hear what he's got to say. I don't think Joe will go down the rabbit hole and look to see how to debunk him, live. So I don't want to do that either. I don't want people to feel like, oh, you let this guy get away with all this nonsense, yet on your regular show, you give us a whole analysis of it.
Yeah, it's important for guests to know we're not going to give you gotcha moments. We're not, like, even if we talk about someone in an episode where we do some debunking, like Tim Hogan. So we have Tim Hogan coming on, and he has claims that they have some very important bones, right?
And I want to talk to Tim about that. So what Gino's talking about is Hogan claims he has an ossuary, which is a box of bones, where he has the bones of Jesus Christ, of John, of Mary Magdalene, and of the children that Mary had with both Jesus and John. Now that is an insane claim. That's a crazy claim. That's an earth-changing claim. And he said he'd be releasing that information at the end of the year. And then he said that, I think, 3 years ago. So, but I still want to hear that story, and no reason to try to debunk that. I mean, the hardest question I think I would ask him about that is, how would you address, or how do you feel about the ramifications of that if it were true? I think that's an important question. Not how did you, not where are they and stuff like that. Like, how did you come across these? And releasing them would be so earth-shattering that what is your responsibility there?
And see, me, I would want to know, did you make it into like a toe bone, make it into like a little keychain, like a rabbit foot? You got to carry around.
This is why Gino doesn't do the writing.
A little toe bone.
Is you don't wear Jesus's bones as like a rabbit's foot. Although you probably would get really lucky, but I have respect for Jesus Christ.
It would save you money at the bar because you only just got to order water.
All right. There he goes. It's Christmas Day. It's Christmas Day, and he's just blaspheming. I got to drop him down there as we just lost 300 devout Christians from the audience. I'm watching the numbers. Okay, you just came back. Good to have you back. Please don't LOL Jesus toe. Don't do that because that's just gonna encourage Gino to be more disrespectful. He knows a guy. That would be funny. How did you get these bones? I got a bone guy. I got a bone guy. So I don't think he has those bones, but I'd like to know the story. And Tim Hogan has an encyclopedic knowledge of the history of the Knights Templar, and that's what fascinates me. Is we'll get cats everywhere. Is we can get into the very beginning on the road to Jerusalem and the accumulation of wealth, and then the Friday the 13th purge, and the scattering of the knights, and the Knights Hospitaller, and all that other stuff that I want to hear about. So the bones is just one of those things because he has a lot of artifacts, he claims. And there's also a lot of politics between the present day Knights Templar where he's on the outs with some. Like there's a lot of infighting. I'd like to hear about some of that drama.
And that's only one story of the Knights Templar. That's only one. He has a breadth of work, breadth of stories about the Knights.
Amateur Moose, how about a nice mixture like talk interview shows used to be? Let them tell their story, then ask the hard questions. They're right there. Let them defend themselves. The reactions will show you. I don't want anybody to be defending themselves because then they become defensive. So it's not. I don't want to put anybody on the spot. We will get more. Well, I think we'll have more fun with me hosting if it's friendly and respectful, not aggressive. Now, I will push back on if something's like dead obvious, like with Tim Hogan is going to be fine with questions about those bones because he knows they're coming. But I don't have to sit there and go, you said 3 years ago you're releasing what happened, and see what he does. I'm not interested in doing any of that. I want to hear the story. How did you come across these? What does it mean? How did you determine that these are the actual bones? Is there DNA? I mean, if there's DNA, and does the DNA match the DNA from the Shroud of Turin? That'd be interesting because there's DNA on the shroud.
And there is new evidence with the shroud. I think
a little bit
that it has come out. Yeah,
a little bit. I forget the guy's name. He's got a book, of course. He was doing the rounds talking about the shroud, and I've always loved the Shroud of Turin story, but I kind of felt it was debunked. But he brings some very interesting evidence that I can't confirm because you kind of need a scientist there. And he talks about how the image on the shroud is only 2 microns deep in the cloth. And it's not pigment, so it couldn't have been painted. And the only explanation for it, according to him, is an extreme amount of energy, a flash of energy, which would totally explain why the image of the figure is there. It's another one of those things. I don't necessarily believe the Shroud of Turin is really Jesus, but I hope it is. I hope it is for so many reasons. To have definitive proof of that man would change certainly my worldview about religion. And I've said this on the show. It's almost become cliche. Life, and I don't know if I believe that Jesus Christ was who he was, but when I die, if I open my eyes and I'm suddenly at the pearly gates and St. Peter's there, the first words out of my mouth are going to be "Thank God," because I want to believe. All right, Gino, I'm going to drop you down. You're getting kind of loud back there.
Okay.
But if you want to come back,
Merry Christmas.
Just give a signal.
And last thing I'll say is, again, I put the trailer for the Psionics documentary I'm in with Patrick in the chat if you want to play it. It's a 2-minute trailer. Play it at any time. It's pretty interesting.
We'll play it right now. Is it the can you fire it from there?
No, it's in the private chat.
Oh,
it's just a link to
YouTube. It's a YouTube link? All right, let me see if I can get that. Get that. Right, hang on a second. And you guys have to tell me if you're getting the audio.
And it was It was great. I mean, we were on this journey, definitely seen a lot of stuff in the sky.
And before I forget, a couple of people were saying about Sedona, is it really as beautiful as people say? It is. I go there a few times a year, and it's so breathtakingly beautiful that it makes you believe in God. I don't mean to keep talking. I'm a non-religious guy. I'm gonna keep talking about God, but the vistas are so perfect that you couldn't paint it. It's breathtaking. And I'm not really a sappy guy about like, oh, look at this view. I'm not really like that. But Sedona's bananas. It's so nice. And it's a dark sky city, which is an official thing. So if you're an astronomy nerd like me, Sedona just gets even more beautiful at night because a dark sky city means they don't allow any street lights and stuff after dark. So you can see everything. You can see the plane of the ecliptic. You can see the Milky Way. And I like to go there in the winter because I know all the winter stars. I'm a winter stars nerd. I'm not so strong in the summer. But once Orion comes up and Castor and Pollux are there, I know all them stars. And I just sit out there and bore my wife. See that one? See that one? See how Orion's pointing at that? That's Aldebaran. That's the red eye of Taurus. And you can find. And she's like, "That's great, honey. That's great, honey. Is there any more wine?" Mary Jane Peach loves Orion. Well, he loves you back, baby. There's a hunter. And I remember his dog is Sirius right by his side. So that's the dog star. That's Canis. I think he's Canis Major. I could be wrong. All right, ready for some trailer? Let me know if you hear an audio.
I hear it.
For years, mankind has explored hidden powers of the mind. Most dismissed it as science fiction.
It is absolutely ridiculous. I don't know what we're doing believing in all this nonsense over all these years.
But what if they were wrong? What if they were wrong? But what if they were wrong? What if you could summon UFOs? With your mind. What if you had the power inside of you? All this time. Would you try it? Would you be afraid? Or would you just go for it?
Because these are going nuts.
They're going off.
And you interact with them, you form a bond. Oh no, you can't record any of that. Turn it off.
Turn it off for a second.
Controversial, huh? That's my middle name.
It's like it turned on and got brighter for 1 second.
Yeah.
I know there's aliens inside there.
See that, Patrick? Oh my God.
Did you hear that? Something is in the bushes right behind you, dude.
I'm ready to see something. If you're willing to show it to me, I'm open. I just want to see what you are. And I look up, and there are these orange lights that are just drifting above the tree line.
Well, Gino, you're bringing the heat.
I just don't even know what I'm doing with my life.
Well, yeah. Again, I was happy to be along for the journey. It is Patrick's thing, but I was just helping out.
Hang on. So, summoning UFOs and aliens with your mind. This is what Dr. Stephen Greer charges money for. So, is this a thing? What did you see? What did it? Because you were hell of a trailer, by the way. Crushed it.
so many things. Well, we went to Sedona, we went to Utah, we went to different places. When we were in Sedona, we were using these military grade night vision goggles. And it's something that most people don't realize is there are things moving around the sky at pretty much all times. And I'm talking about multiple things. Now, of course, they could be satellite man-made things, but we had satellite trackers, we had plane trackers, what they're not listed. So I'm not here to say I saw UFOs. I am here to say I seen a lot of things moving around in the sky that were sort of anomalous. A few things we saw make curves. One thing I saw very vividly that me and Ron James both saw was something turned on and turned off. And we couldn't figure that out, because it was just like a flash in the sky. Like we were on a stage and someone lit up like the Truman Show, lit up a light and then shut it off. Really interesting. And again, since me and Ron were looking in the same part of the sky, because we were looking at another anomalous thing that was moving, we both saw the same thing, which is hard to do because when you're looking at a big sky, it's hard to be looking at exactly the same thing, two people. So we both saw that. Very interesting.
Well, what did those two people said you can't record this? Who were they, and why did they say no?
They were talking about Bradshaw Ranch, which is like the sister ranch to Skinwalker. So there were some things that were going on at Bradshaw Ranch that involved, I guess, what can I say? That he felt if the info would get out, people would be in trouble. And I mean, like, worried about, their lives type of trouble. So,
hang on.
Yeah. So
he found the cookie jar. Hang on. I got to deal with it. Hang on. You found the cookies? Now, one of the reasons I don't cover Skinwalker Ranch is I can debunk 80% of that. So this other, but only 80.
Now, I'll say this about Skinwalker Ranch and places like this. I do think a lot of this stuff might become sort of exaggerated, but they're in locations that have, I'm not sure if we want to call them ley lines or power places or things like that. So I do think a lot of things happen at these places. However, I also think a lot of people expect things to happen, so they think everything they see is something anomalous. So
I think that's the right attitude, is to go in there assuming that everybody's going to see. Like Sedona is a place that is documented has a strange electromagnetic energy, but it also has very unusual rock formations, and it could be that. But yet, if you walk down Main Street in Sedona, every other shop is selling crystals and all kinds of nonsense. Sure. So, but there's something special about that place. And even, even Native Americans knew that, before they were taken out of there.
We talked about Chris Bledsoe, who I've become close with. I've been talking to a lot. And I seen him summon some UFOs. When I say UFOs, just unsure what we're looking at. Now,
hang on. And Teddy's, I just mean those junk shops that sell the crystals and stuff. I actually believe in crystals as healing. I also believe that they're great for data storage. Crystals are magical, but I'm not going to spend $20 on something that some lady made in her basement and put it around my neck. Or maybe I should. I don't know.
I don't think we've even close to unleashed the power of what crystals can do yet.
No. So Chris Bledsoe, go ahead.
Yeah. So he did that at Contact in the Desert. Some people thought they saw something, some people didn't. But I saw something that was interesting enough that I wanted to talk to him further and get to know him, and I did. And he did Beyond Skinwalker Ranch episode. It was the last episode of one of the seasons, and they had all sorts of equipment where they were testing it. They were seeing orbs. They got them on film. It's really interesting. So that's something that I think we should talk to him about, of course. And then he also has a prophecy that was told to him by the lady, which is a female entity that communicates with him once in a while. And that prophecy is for the Egypt on Easter, that something is going to shift in humanity right after that. He said when the certain star is blue instead of red, under the gaze of the Sphinx, then there's going to be some sort of
Do you remember the star?
I don't remember offhand, but he's not an astronomer. And then once he made this prophecy, it turned out that astronomers look into it, and there is something behind it.
Well, what's interesting is we have the pyramids. So we have the theory that Graham Hancock talks about is how the pyramids are aligned with Orion's belt. Now, in the constellation of Orion, the star Betelgeuse is a red star. So that's going to be that's going to be aligned with the pyramids. If Betelgeuse turns blue, that would be crazy.
It's not Beetlejuice because I would have remembered Beetlejuice.
Okay.
But again, I'll find out the name of it. But very,
you guys
very
in the chat,
interesting.
don't say Beetlejuice 3 times. We don't want any trouble. You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. Yeah,
and
I'd like to talk to Chris because he comes across as very sincere.
And NASA has been out to his place with him. Generals.
So quick recap for a quick recap for people who don't know Chris. Gino, describe his prophecies, but before you do, you guys should know that the military and the government have been in contact with Chris and are very interested in his theories, and that's very strange to me. So what is Chris's hypothesis?
Well, it's very he doesn't know exactly what's going to happen. He just knows a shift is happening. He never looked at it like, hey, this is the apocalypse coming or anything like that. He just knows that during Easter, this is what is going to trigger that shift. So that's where we're at. I think we got to get it out of the horse's mouth better than what I could regurgitate.
Just so the people in the chat know that this is a guy who's taken seriously by serious people.
Now, he has medical records that after he started experiencing this phenomenon, his Crohn's disease went away 100%. That's something he lived with for a few decades where, Crohn's disease is terrible. You're in the bathroom 20 times a day. It 100% has been taken away from him. So he was like at the end of his rope and praying to God. And his book is called UFO of God. He feels that there is a religious connection to it. And what I find really interesting in the things he says is it's very similar to like Fatima, where these kids were given messages, So that's really what intrigued me the most about his story, because that's how I was connecting it. Because growing up, the legend or how whatever you want to say about Fatima, I guess it's not a legend, but what happened in Fatima was so interesting to me that we have a religious connection. They're definitely looking at some kind of UFO or something anomalous in the sky during Fatima. And
I should cover Fatima. That would be a good episode.
Well, if we ever, do UFO of God, cover Chris Bledsoe stuff, I think that would be the great tie-in to talk about Fatima as well.
All right, good stuff.
Looking forward to it. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas. There he goes. Gino, bringing some heat today with some good trailers. And I see Patrick from Bedded's got some fans in the chat. That's nice. Patrick is a good dude. He's been very good to us at the channel. And it was funny with Patrick, and I'll bring Gino up just to make sure I'm getting it right. Funny with Patrick is I've been a critic of Elizondo and Grush and all those guys very early on, and I took a lot of heat from the audience, and I took a lot of heat from Patrick specifically, who was not a fan of what I was saying, and but I stuck to my guns, and I think I brought enough evidence to support skepticism. Maybe not to prove that they're lying, but here's enough things that just don't feel right to me. And just very recently, Patrick released a video that said, you know what? I think AJ might be right. I think he might be right. I don't think we should trust these guys. I think we need more.
Yeah, me and Patrick talk offline a lot about whistleblowers and things like that, and their stories, and you know, he's the one who kind of alerted me to some of Jake Barber's stuff that really changed my mind on Jake Barber. You know, I was all for Jake Barber until Patrick told me, hey, the video that they showed on the Russ Coulthart show was not Jake Barber's, and they kind of just glaze over that a little. It's just a different video, and Jake is kind of describing the same thing, but it's a different video. Also, that video may have been played in reverse. That you know, is a little controversial.
It is, but I've watched it in reverse, and it looks more natural in reverse. It really does.
That's what Patrick said.
Didn't Russ Coulthart somewhat recently come out and say that he was annoyed by Jake or something like I forget what he's. I don't want to put words in the man's mouth, but I don't want to say that he said he was fooled. But I think he expressed some skepticism about that story later on. I could be wrong.
I think so, because Jake is still working with Skywatcher, which is also controversial, because Skywatcher says they have a downed craft. Well, if you have a downed craft, what are we doing here? Now you got all the evidence. You got everything we need.
And who's funding them? They won't say who's behind the funding.
Yeah, they're not a government entity, but they're attached to the government, and they're working on the border on things that aren't just UAP related, which I appreciate, and that's interesting in itself. But some of the things that have come out, they bother me about Jake Barber. He has a book coming out that's a fictional book that he said was his way of getting around having to go through the hoops of being allowed to be a whistleblower about it. And
right,
one of the things,
pre-approval from the Pentagon, but that is a story that we've heard for 50 years is, I released it as sci-fi because it was the only way I can get the story out, but it was all true. We've heard that many times.
The main thing that bothers me about that is in that he's saying that the U.S. government is taking psionic ability children from Indonesia and bringing them somewhere to work on psionics. And some of them, and they get drugged to help with the psionics, and some of them have died. So if that's the truth, UFOs don't matter. What about these kids? That's what matters. So forget the fictional book or anything. You should be whistleblowing on, did kids die? You know, not UFOs, not anything else. Did kids get taken from Indonesia during whatever? Because he kind of co-opted the story of Mike Herrera. Which was Mike Herrera's walking through the Indonesian jungle. They come across a craft where they're doing some kind of trafficking. He wasn't sure what it was. And then all of a sudden there's these other military guys there with no patches, nothing identifying, saying, turn around or you're dead. So that's his story. And then once Jake Barber heard that story, he told him, I know what the operation was. So now Herrera's story is now kind of co-opted into Jake Barber. So if Jake Barber is Richard Doty 2.0, then that's not good to have any part of what he's saying co-opted into your story, because Mike Herrera's story is believable. We're walking through the jungle, we see a craft, we see something going on military. That's a short, concise story. It's not a long, I know that this is going on in the government. We're in touch with aliens. It's not all that. It's I seen this and that's it. You know, once we start getting into the behind the scenes where Jake Barber is attaching himself, now the story is this long, crazy story where felonies are being, happening from our U.S. government. So I don't like that part of it. And
I don't either. I don't know if we have any special operators in the chat, but Jake Barber claimed that he was special forces, and if you look at his DD-214, you don't see any of the training, you don't see any spec ops in there at all. So I'd like to know if there's anyone in the chat, if you're working on top secret stuff, if you're working on SAPs, would it show up in your DD-214? I don't know if it would, because so Jake Barber officially doesn't have the training to be a special operator, and yet he said he will take a lie detector test and he will go on record and testify in Congress that it's all true. That could just be a bluff.
And how could he write this fictional book and still keep government clearance on what he's doing on the border with Skywatcher and whatever operations they're working on? It just seems like there's something, there's a missing piece there that I can't seem to put together in a puzzle.
Yeah, so our vets are saying no, it wouldn't show up on the 214. I didn't think it would. But there wouldn't be holes in your service record. There would be something there. I didn't pull his record. I'm going to. I want to see what they would put on your service report instead. Interesting question. Mills is saying Barbara's soft disclosure. Now, just to address agent's disclosure, a couple of people mentioned in the chat was saying that it was sus. It's 100% sus. It made me angry to watch it, in fact, because as I'm going through the doc, every contributor to that doc was part of the intel community, whether it was Elizondo, Christopher Mellon, CIA, and then you get to Hal Puthoff, who I've said on this channel for a long time is part of disinformation, but I couldn't really prove it. I do have Doty's interview from 2019 where he said that Hal Puthoff tried to recruit him for a disinformation campaign. So Doty did say that, but again, it's Richard Doty, so you don't know if he's a double agent, a triple agent. You don't know what he is, but he's always been connected to Puthoff. He worked for him. I proved that. Doty tried to hide that, but I proved that as well. I found those records. But Hal Puthoff said in the Age of Disclosure specifically that he has done disinformation campaigns in the past, so he knows how it's done. We run all these operations through private contractors. That way they're not suspect of FOIA requests. And that's how we get around the public ever learning about it. And when he said that, I was like, oh my God, do you know what you have just done? You know what you've just done? And I said this to somebody that I met when I was out not too long ago about the channel and the conspiracies I cover. I said, yeah, I cover a lot of the conspiracies. I call out a lot of names, but the Y-Files is aging like a fine wine. Everything that we've talked about since the beginning of this channel has come true or is coming true. And that's how it's going to be, because I have no agenda. I have no agenda. I don't try to prove or disprove anything. I try to show you what I can find. You make your own assessment. But if I find evidence of disinformation, I'm going to show it to you. And it was in the Age of Disclosure. And I might do a video about it. I don't know if I'll get a lot of flack from the believers. And I'm not looking to make too many enemies.
And that was the biggest takeaway for me, because when you were on Rogan, you talked about Hal Puthoff, and some people came at me, very friendly conversations with some of the other kind of speakers in the UFO world, and said, oh, AJ was wrong about Hal, this and that. But Hal specifically says in that document, in the film, that that's how they were able to hide stuff, by not making it attached to the government, but not a government-run program. So he specifically admits to exactly what you said that he's admitting to. That all said, I'd love for you to talk to Hal. I'd love for you to talk to Richard Doty. I think they would be great interviews.
We'd gladly talk to Hal. I don't know if he's still in Vegas, but he certainly was for a while. I would talk to him, be very respectful, of course. But Hal also has a lot of information that I would like to get into about 0 point energy. He's been outspoken about that for a long time. And he, as a physicist, he could explain it to us about 0 point. Because if there's a gun, I don't know what they have, but if there's a gun to my head, I believe that the shadow government that runs everything, which is above the United States, that runs all of it, I think that they have 0 point energy or extremely cheap energy and anti-gravity technology. and and that is how they can maintain their power. And you can't let everybody have that. You can't let everybody have free energy. So as long as we're fighting over resources, those people up there, whoever they are, could just say, let them fight, have wars over oil. We're good. We're good. And I think an episode coming up I'm going to do is about the trillions of dollars that are being spent on bunkers.
Oh yeah.
And maybe talk about some of what Catherine Pitts talks about with the bunkers, because she's a former government official who's, I don't want to say he's become a whistleblower, but she talks about all the secret banking and how the DOD hides trillions of dollars. And she said, it's no coincidence that the Department of Defense has lost at that time $21 trillion. They can't find it. Yet at the same time, the United States national debt was $21 trillion. She said, that's not a coincidence. She said, so they borrow money, they spend our money, and they're building these bunkers. And during the interview, she was asked, well, why do you think they're doing that? And she said, because they're worried about a global cataclysm. That's pretty scary.
Especially because how many people could those bases hold? A very small amount compared to our population, obviously.
Kenny, I don't think you have to be scared for me. I don't think they care. I don't think the Bilderbergs who really watch me and the fish. Although a lot of times I'm just saying that to be hopeful. But to be honest, every time I get in my car and I turn the key, I get like, am I about to see a big flash of light and meet my maker? Zoom. Okay, it started. And I look everywhere. I check my piece. I know I'm ready to draw. I'm ready to draw down. Once the basement starts, I actually may have to hire some security. Not so much. I'm not worried about the government. I'm worried about people. Worried about people not liking what someone else says. All the big shows, all those guys with the big if you look at the top 10 podcasters on Spotify, they all have tons of private security. I mean, at Rogan's, he has a lot of employees, but the employees he has the most of are security. Cameras everywhere, dudes everywhere, big, dangerous looking dudes. And his situation was, all right, what's the address of the studio? And it's like, nah, don't worry about that. We'll send a car. Okay. I half expected like someone to put a bag over my head, be like, well, we can't let you know where in Austin we're at. But it wasn't like that. Actually, the driver was very cool. But it's like, we'll send a car to you. Don't worry about where we're at. Same with Sean Ryan. We met off site. But they let me drive to the compound. I felt like they were fans of the show, and I felt like, we had breakfast first, and I think him and his producer were like, this guy's okay. He's not deep state. He's all right. He can drive up with us, I think. All right, Gino, what else you got?
That's it. Merry Christmas, everyone.
You could take off the most uncomfortable sweater ever now. These things are so itchy.
I love it.
So itchy. There he goes. Merry Fishmas. All right, we'll get a couple of super chats. Let me check the chat and see if there's any feedback from any of that. Better safe than sorry. Irish Sean saying people are, oh, buddy, this is not how.
This is clearly not a professional operation.
Buddy. All right. Hang on. I gotta text the wife to come get my boy. Hang on. We'll get it. Can you please come get my boy? Thank you. All right. Hopefully she'll get that. I don't mind if he walks in front of the camera, but when he steps on the keyboard, who knows what could happen? I got everything's kind of set up here. I don't even know if I'm still on. He might have just turned the stream off. Johnny, the clip of my F-150 in the driveway is a self-dox. Very easy to de-swirl your plate. That was an AI. I wasn't going to put my real truck on there. Even when I ran that AI clip, I put it in a different year. So yeah, that was not my truck. I wouldn't do that. I've looked at a couple of videos I've released to see if there's, because you can find me, because people have. And look, if you find me, don't stop by. Even if you're awesome, you can send me an email and I'll write back to you. But kind of don't stop by the house. because it's scary because I don't really know. But yeah, I wouldn't put my real truck out there, and I don't think I've revealed too much information in the videos, like when you see the studio and stuff. But you can find it. You could find it, if you really had to. But from my perspective, if someone goes through that trouble to really find where I live and work, I can't trust you out of the box. And remember, my background is security and law enforcement and teaching martial arts to the Marines and stuff. So I've got that kind of, I'm always on alert. When I'm out with the wife, she's looking around and stuff, especially in New York City, and I stand just like a step behind, and my head's on a swivel like I'm working Secret Service because I'm from the big city. So don't show up. It makes me nervous. Alan's got caves in Kentucky to bug out in. You do have a lot of caves down there. There's a cave system in Kentucky that the government owns that they eminent domain from somebody. I got to find out more about that story, but they eminent domained it, and the owner was like, he's like a farmer or something. What's this about? And went back and looked, and it's like they didn't do anything with the farm, but they locked off the cave. I'd like to get in there. Ryan says it wouldn't be a bomb, it'd be a remote takeover of the vehicle. Oh, that's scary. That's scary. Then you'd be stuck. Could they take over an F-150? They probably could. Because the self-driving in the F-150 is awesome. I know if there's 6,000 people watching, then there's got to be 1,500 F-150 owners here. You guys use Ford Blue? It just drives me to work. Once I get on the freeway, I just turn on Blue. And as long as you keep your eyes up, it does all the turn. It's great. I love that thing. It's the best truck I ever owned. Best vehicle I ever owned. Crab Cat's coming. Grant, you've been a calling guest with Art Bell, Jim Ladd, and more. Does that mean you want to be on my show? You got to email us because I'll forget. And if any of you guys have guest suggestions, I definitely want those. Email those in to team@thewildfiles.com or jump on post. I just lost my camera for a second. Yeah, Tim Pool has armed security, someone's saying in the chat. But Tim Pool is politics. So, of course he does. So I'm not surprised. I mean, not only is he politics, he's aggressive. I don't think I'm an aggressive personality. And I don't want to talk about politics. It's just boring to me and predictable. Tim Pool was also shot at. He was. I mean, that's why he had to move out to the boonies. But I'm not. Once if a guest starts to go left or right, I'm gonna stop that. Mike would not trust a self-driving car doing what. Yeah, that's probably a good point. I got to keep an eye on that. I got to see if there's an override. Ford, Ford, found on road dead. Nicole, that is not funny. Now you guys are making me nervous. James loves his F-150. What's not to love? I mean, it's comfortable on the inside, but it's gnarly on the outside. All right, sweet boy. Hang on. All right, I'm going to have to call her over. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Sorry, I just got your text.
Okay, I was about to throw something at the window.
He went out the cat door.
Well, he's smart.
He is. We're playing Cards Against Humanity.
Okay, are you able to get the door? All right, there they go.
As far as live streams go, this one is terrible.
All right, that hurts my feelings. Seascape in-depth episode on 3i Atlas. And you need to find the story. I started writing one on extrasolar objects because we've got 3 now, right? Oumuamua, Borisov, and 3i. And there's some interesting stuff there, but I don't know if it's enough to carry a whole episode. I need to wrap up a little bit more, maybe some ancient history, some other interesting comets. But I haven't covered 3i because it's a developing story. I kind of was waiting for it to leave the solar system, because I've said a few times on here that it's just a comet. It's a weird comet, but it's just a comet. But I don't know that for sure. So while it's so close to the Earth, I don't know if if the aliens are going to land. If aliens suddenly land from 3i, and I release the episode about how it's just a comet. Look, we need these episodes to age like a fine wine. I hate being wrong. I'm wrong a lot. I admit it. I just talked to a fish, but I can't be that wrong. Stargaze, hi, kitty. Yeah, that's my boy. Steven, I haven't done a story on the ruling families because there are certain families you can't mention, like the Rothschilds, that will get you in trouble. But I've covered Bilderberg, and which is interesting because that video is demonetized and shadow banned. But you can find it in the playlist. I think it's Illuminati Volume 2, where I get into it. I mention the families in there, and some of the U.S. presidents that were plucked from obscurity and landed in the White House, like Clinton, like Obama. Bill Clinton. Obama was running against Hillary at the time. She had, as soon as Obama got invited to Bilderberg, she had to be like, all right, that's it. I'm out. Because she had to know. And global foreign relations, I've covered them. And they're interesting because I showed a bunch of people on the left, just to get all the right-leaning people like, oh, it's just a lefty group. And then I went, Dick Cheney, Condoleezza Rice, because it's not about the politics. It's about the power. But I'll see if I can cover the families a little bit more detail. I have to be careful because, I don't have a Rogan deal. I don't have a Mr. Ballin deal. If YouTube shut me off, that's it. That's it. Rumble has said, you can come over here. There's no money over there. So I have to be careful. Lena, you love Condoleezza? Watch the 9/11 documentary and then tell me how you feel. I was a big fan of hers too. I wanted her to be president. Not anymore. Not a fan anymore. Rogan's a psyop. I love when people say that because he's totally not. Remember, I know him 20 years. And Gino's close with Rogan for 20 years. Rogan's even said it on Jamie's show that he's known us for decades. So if he's a psyop, they must have slipped that in there. Bayes notes, what about Patreon? I don't know what you mean. And if you're asking about Patreon, then please join it. It's a great way to support the channel and really get to know us. Brian, Elon needs to buy YouTube. That's a tough one because YouTube is Google. So he'd need to buy Google. And YouTube makes so much money. When he bought Twitter wasn't really cash flowing that well. I don't even know if it's, it wasn't making money. I don't know if it's making money now. I doubt it. But YouTube prints, you guys aren't going to believe the money they make. On their AdSense, they make $100 million a day. So with that kind of cash flow, that's a hard one to buy. And why would Google spin it off? Because you got the YouTube cash cow funding all the AI stuff that they lose money on. Ford, fix or repair daily. Not mine, baby. My truck runs and runs. You just got to keep that oil clean. Elon would ruin YouTube. YouTube has come around. YouTube doesn't ban people anymore. I think they're afraid to because everyone's just so aware of it. All those weird conspiracies about Twitter and the deep state and the FBI that you would get banned for talking about were all true. Thank you. Thank you for that, Rabbit. God bless you and your family. Yeah, it's nice to get some positive stuff on a Christmas day. What's going on in the super chat? James Tiberius Kirk, my favorite, 20 Australian.
Fish really need some money. I need to buy some stuff. Fish really need some money. YouTube don't pay enough. Fish really need some money. So click the super chat. Like that.
Merry Christmas to all our American brothers and sisters from Australia. Through Atlas is Mr. Spock's drone project. Sorry about that. For my family, yours. Thank you, Captain. Always good to hear from Captain Kirk on Christmas. Love our brothers and sisters down under. There's John for $5. Merry Christmas. Love from Utah. Love that state. What you and your team is doing, keep it up. Keep it up as long as you keep showing up. Stacy is a newbie here as a member. Merry Christmas from Texas. Merry Christmas, Texas. Lived in Texas for a year. Plano. Plano is it's very weird for a New Yorker to be in Plano because everything is flat. You can just see forever. Not used to that. You know, when you're in New York City, you don't see forever. You can only see one side of the street. Everything is there. But I become a desert person. I like Vegas. I like living in Phoenix, Scottsdale, and that's why I go to Sedona. I like the mountains. I like the heat. Ezos likes the sunglasses. They're not sunglasses. They're blue blockers with a magnification. If you go on our Reddit, there's a link to them. I don't make money on that, but if you want a pair of them, and I have them in all different magnifications. So if I'm watching the chat, I got those. These are for closer. These are for the stream. Terrell says YouTube has a bug they need to fix. Even though you're a subscriber and a member, it will tell you not chat as you don't subscribe. We have it set so you have to be a subscriber for 2 months before you can chat. So if you're new, then that's why. That's not YouTube doing that. We set that. And the reason is to prevent the jerks. Like I used to simulcast these streams to Twitter, X, to Rumble, to Facebook. But on those platforms, you can't control who can chat. So when I was streaming to Facebook, Facebook would overwhelm our comments with politics. I would be talking about aliens and and Trump did something wrong. I would be talking about Knights Templar and Biden is an idiot. And that was all the chat. So it was like, enough of that. Don't need it. Facebook is a sewer. If you want to fight with each other about politics, have at it. I'm not doing it here. Isn't there enough of that? Aren't you guys sick of fighting about politics? Remember, if you're fighting about politics on the internet, you are a victim of the PSYOP. Just saying. Have I been invited as a guest to the Unsubscribed podcast yet? I don't think I've ever heard of it. Unsubscribed podcast. Is it a big podcast? I guess it is. 900,000. No, I mean, unless they have invited me and I'm not aware of it, which has happened. Okay, I have a couple of invites that I didn't know that I had. Like, what do you think? Do Michael Knowles' show? I think he's too political for me. I know he talks about all kinds of stuff, but I don't know, a little too political. Well, what do you guys think about the Ninjas Are Butterflies podcast? I like those guys. They've invited me on, and they speak very kindly about the channel. So I have some of their merch on the board behind me. So shout out Ninjas Are Butterflies. You guys are awesome. Miss Ivy, hello from Española, New Mexico. Hola. Loco, Facebook is very low vibration. I'm going to remember that. Jules Jameson, delete your Facebook. Well, I need it for what I do. Because even though, I haven't been on Facebook in over a year. I don't even have the login. My wife has the login to my Facebook, which could be dangerous, but I'm a good boy. But the Y-Files has over 1 million followers over there. So you gotta keep it up there. Yeah, everyone's saying ugh Facebook. Yeah, I don't go on there. It's one of those things you have to do. Like the Instagram. I'll hear from people like semi-famous people. Hey, I DM'd you on Instagram. I haven't heard back from you. Well, that's because I don't go on Instagram like ever. My personal Instagram has 0 posts, and the channel, Gino and Rob and Victoria do the posts on there. I don't do that. I don't even look at it. I know Instagram is the thing that everybody scrolls through. I mean, Jen certainly does. I try it, but I can't get into it. Maybe it's my attention span, but I get bored really quickly. So I would rather read a book or play Xbox or watch TV. Not in that order, by the way. Especially with the new Battlefield 6. You guys play that yet? That's awesome. Bloodstream with a big question. Yankees or Mets? I'm from the Bronx. So Bombers all the way. In fact, my grandfather used to work in that precinct at the stadium, the old stadium. I guess the old stadium, which would be the second stadium. Now we're on 4. So my grandfather, Big Andy, that was his precinct. So once a year, the Yankees would have a special like picnic for all the families of the cops that took care of the stadium and took care of the neighborhood. Because when my grandfather was there, there's no crime on Big Andy's beat. He was 6'4", 320, and his nightstick was not department issue. He had that special made. It was like a 38-inch P35 that he would break on people from time to time. This is how policing was done back in the day. So anyway, once a year, the Yankees would do this picnic for the families, and so we got to go out there as kids, and right out on the field, they'd have the hot dog vendors and all that, making food for everybody, and there'd be players there. So you could be having to catch it, like, I mean, back then it'd be like Thurman Munson or something. But as I was getting older, he's like, "Do you still want to go to this thing?" I'm like, "Yeah, I want to go to it. I want to go up and stand where Dave Winfield stood yesterday. I made that leaping catch against the wall. Still grounded into 3 double plays, double play Dave, but an amazing experience at Yankee Stadium. I don't know if they still do that. They should. You take care of the people that take care of you. And the cops took care of those guys. All right, I'm looking at the chats, the super stickers. Liberative SMC. My wife got me a 2026 White House calendar. Oh, I'm glad you got. Didn't those come out great? And a Mel's Home Magic Seal Fetus shirt for Christmas. I'm beyond stoked about it. Merry Christmas, everyone. I'm glad you got that stuff. I hope the calendar was signed. I signed a lot of those. I was actually disappointed those didn't sell as well as I hoped, because they came out way better than I thought. And I think they're only $15. And they're super fun. Sug guys, have you thought about doing? Yes, I'm going to work on that. I don't know if I'm going to get them done. I don't know if I'm going to get that done by the end of the year, but I'm targeting the end of the year to maybe do. What I'm going to do is we're going to do a Wi-Files live show in Vegas just to see how it goes, because I don't know if anyone's going to want to see that. If it goes well, then I'll do 3. We'll do like a long weekend, and I'll make the shows fun. Interactive, multimedia show, family friendly, all that stuff. And if those go well, then I'll do maybe 10 or 12 cities. I'm already working with an agent on that. Who's pushing. But I don't know if people would come out for it. So I'll do a test run in Vegas and see. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Play Arc Raiders. All right, I'll check it out. Neil deGrasse Tyson debate with Hecklefish. I think he calls him Mike the Grass Tyson. He can't seem to get it. Scott, you like the socialist video? I'm glad. Every year I try to do a little Christmas message, and I wasn't going to do one this year. I just didn't really have anything to talk about. But then I had that exchange with the garbage man. It was like, all right, now I know what we got to talk about. Got to talk about being good to people who are good to you. Oh, David Fermel 982 for $100. Whoa.
They see me swimming, in my waist. Send me money cause you know that my bowl is dirty. Cause you know my bowl is dirty. Cause you know my bowl is dirty. Wanna smell my bowl, it's dirty. Come and sniff my bowl, it's dirty. My poop is nasty. It's floating. Please tip me cause you know that my bowl is dirty. Cause you know my bowl is dirty. Cause you know my bowl is dirty. Wanna smell my bowl, it's dirty. Come sniff my bowl, it's dirty.
David loves the show, spreading the word, spreading us like a virus. Have a Merry Christmas. Please bring back Hecklefish slippers. I'll let them know. All the girls wear those in the office. They say they're really comfortable. But did you not get yours? Because I don't think we have them anymore at all. But I'll let them know. Yes, the Socialist, I did upload it twice, but once was to Backstage, and Backstage usually gets those kinds of videos first. THX, GTA 5 was a lot of fun. Never did missions. That's working for the man. I stole planes garbage. It was so fun to steal the planes, wasn't it? It's crazy to see the GTA 6 trailer out now. I don't know how long that's going to take. Brady, the Weird Al concert was amazing. He does an amazing show. Almost 3 hours he played, and he's, what, 62 years old? Amazing show. If you've never seen Weird Al, you should definitely see him. And take the kids. Have a lot of fun. And, I mean, when he sings the Star Wars saga, first he starts with Yoda, which is an early hit of his. I mean, that's what I talked about with him backstage for, just for a minute. We had the VIP package, but that wasn't really anything fancy. Anybody can do it. And what you got for VIP was you get a picture up with Weird Al, and then he'll sign a bunch of stuff. And how it worked is you would just wait online, and it had to be 1,000 people. So you wait online, and then Weird Al stand in front of the poster and shake his hand, take his picture, and he does his thing. And then you get off the line, and then after everybody does that, then there's a new line to have him sign stuff. And we weren't going to do that. It would be there all night. Because remember, he played 3 hours, and he had Puddles the Clown has an opening act who is hilarious. So anyway, everyone's just taking their picture with Al, and it's just one after the other, and there's like PAs there moving it along. Let's go, let's go. Pardon me,
Isn't it amazing what passes for a live stream these days? Boy, oh boy.
So he's shaking hands and he's doing the pictures, and it's finally my turn, and I'm a little bit nervous. I'm a little starstruck by Weird Al. And I go up there, I shake his hand, and I say, Al, this show was as good as the first one I saw you in on July 27th, 1983. And he's just like this, and he goes, what? You were at that show? I said, Bottom Line, New York. I was there. I said, and you gave away coupons for Rocky Road ice cream because that was a big song of his. He said, the one with Dr. D. I said, Dr. D, and Benny Bell was there, and Sam and Eddie. He's like, and he wanted to talk about it. And as soon as I saw that we were having a moment, I panicked. I was like, it was great to meet you. And I ran. And I just blew it. I blew it. I felt all the pressure of everyone behind me and the PAs. I blew it. So maybe we can get him on the basement, and you can watch me just nerd out as a Weird Al stan. But that was my Weird Al moment. It was the second chance I got to meet him, because at that first show in 1983, he did the same thing. He sat at like an old table and just signed stuff. I had that signature for years. I don't know what happened to it. But the bottom line, there was maybe 100 people in that audience. And what's crazy is that concert, that was his first tour ever. That concert's on YouTube. I downloaded all those just in case. And you can hear my aunt laughing in the video, which is really funny. But in that 90-second exchange with Al, he was very, very nice. Bremon, I don't say my age, but I also don't hide it. You're 42. You're young. I'm 53. Yeah. I started the channel when I was 48, 47, something like that. So I don't talk about it that much, but it's not that I'm embarrassed. I don't really mind. It's just, I don't know, it feels weird. Like, how old are you? Feels weird. Isn't 42 the answer to the life and the universe? Am I correct about that? Brown, God, that made me love some Weird Al. Oh, he's so fun. I'm glad you're having fun on the stream. Puddles is from Atlanta. You saw him when he was still performing at a little coffee shop. He was super funny. I didn't know he was, and I don't like clowns, by the way. I don't like clowns at all. But he was really funny, and he had someone, maybe it was him, with a camera in the audience. It was very interactive. He was really, really funny. So immediately I, tracked down all his Instagrams and his Facebooks and all that stuff to follow him wherever he is. And he was weird though. Was Weird Al in character as Al? He's been famous for so long. I don't know if he even, I don't know what he would be like with his family. Like what I'm like with you guys, this is how I'm like with everybody. I turn up the energy a little bit for the stream just so it's not so flat. But this is who it is. But I've only had the channel for a couple of years. Nobody knew who I was before. But Weird Al's been famous since he was 21, 22 years. I mean, in 83, when I saw that show, he was maybe 21 or 22. So he was young, and he's been super famous all that time. And that has to change you to be famous for 40 years. But he's got a family and kids and stuff. So I'd assume he's not wacky at home. But I mean, during that brief chat, he was normal. He was actually excited about that first show. But, I didn't talk to him long enough to get a sense of it. But if I had him on the basement, it's already been in my mind. I would want to talk to him about what is it like to be just super famous for your whole life? Like, how do you know when you're really being authentic? Or is just the famous person the authentic person? Like, you guys can tell when YouTubers are authentic and when they're not. Can't you? I think it's one of the secrets to the platform is you got to be yourself. During when I was streaming very early, there was lots of stuff about myself I was embarrassed about and really didn't want to talk about, and nothing comes to mind. But I learned very quickly to just own it and just, if there's something stupid about me, just make fun of it with everybody else. And it's just that much easier. Then I don't have to be weird and lie about it. I don't have to pretend. I don't have to hide secrets. That's why that's why I told you I'm 53. I was a little cute about it, but I don't really talk about it. And I think it's just if you just be yourself and own it, and just whatever's embarrassing about you, just let it hang out, because everyone's got a thing. And from that moment on, if people kind of responded to that. And I think it's just understanding, like nobody's perfect. We all have flaws, so just own your flaws. Jay Scooter Guy, keeping it real. Yeah, I try. Enchanted, I enjoyed Alan Hot Ones. I did too, and he did really good. But here's the weird thing about that. Al is a vegetarian. So is he not that anymore? Because I know plenty of vegetarians that stop being vegetarian. I was vegetarian for one summer. And then, I was in my 20s. So I don't know. Maybe there's a girl I liked who was a vegetarian or whatever reason. And I stopped being a vegetarian because I went over to Dad's house and he was throwing steaks on the barbecue. Big, thick New York strips. And it was like, that's it. I'm out. Vegetarian, done. Steak, Dad. I'm just checking, see if I missed anything. If you fast forward on live stream, you could turn me into Max Headroom. Maybe that'd be a fun episode to redo, is the Max Headroom story. I always liked that one. And it didn't do that well. So either I can fix it or it won't do that well again. Mitch for 10, what about the Galactic Federation? Foreign has really claimed there's a secret galactic federation of aliens. I've heard that, and I didn't think there was much to it, but I have become a believer in the secret space program. Now, I don't know if that means there's a collaboration with aliens. I don't know that, but I do believe there's a secret space program, and maybe that's part of it. We need to find somebody with information. Maybe it's Catherine Fitz. Find somebody with information about that. So I don't know about the alien thing, but my gut tells me yes. Greens from Denmark. Merry Christmas to you in the channel. One of my favorites. Love the channel, especially when you go down rabbit holes. Yeah, those are the best. Those are my favorite too, the rabbit holes. And there is Gunner Nation for 8051. Hooked on your channel. Thanks for all you do. Gunner Nation at YouTube here. Hey, Gunner. BNG Killers Waiting for Stranger Things Volume 2, 6 p.m. How do you find the series? I thought I would love it. I started watching it 3 times. I just can't get into it. Maybe I'm just missing it, but I'm not sure. Or maybe because I wrote a screenplay about kids in the 80s and the Montauk Experiment, and it annoys me that show is so successful. Maybe I'm just jealous. I don't know. I need some deep therapy to get to the bottom of that. Paul makes a very good point. Paul, by the way, the biggest supporter of the channel in history. To succeed on YouTube, you have to be yourself or be a sociopath. Both are true. I don't think I'm a sociopath, though. I hope not. I guess I'm not if I'm wondering it. Like, I remember talking to a therapist a long time ago about, am I a narcissist? Because I feel so selfish, like everything's about me. And she said, because you're asking me that, you're not. I was like, okay. She said, everybody's, and it's this phrase I still use all the time, is everybody's the star of their own movie. Bramon 83 said, you made his day. I hope so. Or he forgot about me within 15 seconds. Skyn says, I'm 53 too, and yes, 42 is the answer to everything. Yeah, Gen Xers know that reference. Mary Ham, 50 years old. I can kick and stretch. I'm 50. And of course, you could do it. I could still get my kicks just as high, but only a couple of times. It's not like I mean, the best shape I was martial arts wise is my late 30s, where it's very acrobatic. But I just can't do it anymore. And a lot of it is fear, because I can just get hurt so easily now. Like, I used to play ball, and we were in Scottsdale. I was on a hike with Jen. I picked up a nice rock, and just to show off, how far I could throw it, I hucked that thing. And as I let it go, I felt just a little in my shoulder. I went, uh-oh, that didn't feel right. And by the time we got home, I couldn't lift my arm. And then by the end of the day, it was just shooting stars. And it turned out that I gave myself, it's called frozen shoulder or adhesive capsulitis, also known as 50-year-old shoulder. And I didn't want to go to the doctor, but I never felt pain like that before. By the way, it still hurts. And it's 5 years. I could not put on a shirt. I couldn't lift my arm above here for 2 years. So, like any man, I was reluctant to go to the doctor. I finally did. So in Phoenix, I wanted the best sports doctor I can find. So I went to the guys that handle the Cardinals. I figured if they could fix those guys up. So they x-rayed my shoulder. He told me what I had. I said, how long before it feels better? He's like, 18 months if you're lucky. 3 years, but you're always going to feel it. It was like, oh no. I said, am I going to be able to play ball again? Because I was playing softball all the way up until I was an old man. And he's like, well, what position did you play? I said, third base. He said, you might want to look at second. I said, really? He's like, yeah, your arm will never be the same. And I just walked out of there like, oh, all because I threw a rock to show off to my wife, who couldn't care less. So that's why I'm extra careful. Rebellious, you're 37 going on 60. Yeah, I felt that. W.T. Gardner, a disabled vet, sympathizer with your pains. You can't compare a sports injury to what you've gone through, man. But I appreciate it. Wolf, you had frozen shoulder. Yeah, my brother-in-law Eric's going through it now. It's rough, and his has just happened. I triggered it. His just happened, that's worse for him, because that means he has a very high chance of it happening in the other shoulder. I couldn't even imagine. But frozen shoulder is the worst. Frightening rotator cuff. I was worried that it was my rotator cuff at first. But I also figured going in there, if it's a rotator cuff, that's fixable. I'll even do surgery or whatever. But There's nothing to do with frozen shoulder because adhesive capsulitis, you've got your shoulder joint, right? That so everything moves around it. But the injury causes the tissue, the cartilage to swell around the joint, so you just can't move. You can't move it. So I asked the doctor everything. I said, I'll do surgery. I'll do what I said, is there physical therapy? He said, you can do it, but it's really not going to accelerate anything. He said, you're just going to be in a lot of pain twice a week. So I skipped that. He said, you just got to wait. It was the worst injury ever. Broken rib, a close second though. You guys remember I broke my rib again a couple of months ago? Oof. And I wish it was a tough story, like because the first time I broke my ribs was during my green belt test. That my instructor made me fight the whole class, and he just kicked the hell out of me. So much so that students were quitting in the middle of the test. So that at least that's a tough guy story. When I broke my rib a few months ago, it's because I fell in the bathroom. I just fell in the bathroom and broke my shoulder. And I had just a chunk of rib floating around for a while. And it's such an annoying injury. At least this time I knew what to expect. Such an annoying injury because you can never get comfortable. And every time you sneeze, it's just, it's the worst. You guys break a rib, you know what I'm talking about. Dry Toast, I haven't done a Mandela effect video, but if you check out the simulation theory video, I get into a lot of Mandela effects there. I also cover Philip K. Dick's analysis of it, which is very, very interesting, where he talks about parallel realities and how he believes they exist. And that's how he writes some of his books, is he dreams about parallel realities. Like Man in the High Castle, he said that really happened. The Allies really lost the war, and the United States was occupied by Japan and Nazi Germany. He said that was true. It's just in a different timeline. His talk is fascinating. I think it's from 1978 in Paris. THX, you got frozen brain? I don't think there's a cure for that, man. Osteopaths helped you with frozen shoulder, soft tissue, and facial work. Got about 95% mobile back. That's great, Wolf. How long did it take? Yeah, I left that doctor's appointment just so dejected. Because it's one thing to say, all right, I can't play ball anymore. But when you get old, you say you can't play, you can do other stuff. I'm not going to golf. But the thing with the shoulder is everything hurts. Everything hurts. You can't, it's like you can't really help the wife carrying groceries because you got one arm. You can't lift anything that's above here. And now I'm going through an injury on my left side that I have to go get x-rayed because it's been like 3 or 4 weeks now. So I can't really use this arm. I think it's tennis elbow. Marine Corps martial arts wrecked both shoulders, says Oxy. Yeah, I bet. I used to train the guys in the Corps in New York. I would do cops and Corps training. Cops were tougher. Cops were tougher than the Marines, but the Marines were younger. I won't hate on the Marines. I got Corps all over my family, so we were always forward. Cryptic Kempo Brown, good for you. That's a great belt. That's where all the good stuff starts. At Kempo Brown is when we start doing ground fighting. So my teacher back then was an alternate for UFC. So I got to get some good stuff very early in the 90s when nobody else was really doing groundwork. Go Welch, you like the kitty? He's a sweet boy. I have 3. Only tuxedos. That's the only ones that are allowed. So that was Dummy that you saw. He's my shadow. He's with me everywhere. And then Bubba is the Maine Coon. He's about a year old. He's a year old and he's already a giant. And like when you see Dummy, you go like, wow, what a big cat. And then Bubba comes along and you're like, who let a bear in here? And then Bean is a short hair. And Bean's a sweet boy too, but he won't come down because there's strangers here. So he will hide. But he'll come down later after it gets quiet. Bean and I are a lot alike. We like to just stay alone and we don't really want to hang out with company. Although tonight's not so bad because it's really just everybody from the studio. The burnt cookies. Oh, yeah, I had dinner in about an hour. So no more super chats. unless you're just donating. But if you're going to donate, just join Patreon. Or buy some memberships for folks. Don't spend your money. And if money's tight, don't bother doing any of it. Don't do any of it. You can join Patreon for free. You don't get all the content, but you get a lot of it, and you can just join for free. Half of the Patreon subscribers over there, the members, are just at the free level to get a couple of the extra things, or just to be part of the community. And I think you still get your name in the credits. I think. Burnt Cookies making full leather boots, red boots for my gal. Together at 13, now 26th anniversary. Mark, oh, happy anniversary. Merry Christmas. Thanks for the show. Making leather boots? I wish I knew how to do that. Chris, beautiful. I'm supporting those that support me. Everything you do helps me out, so you're part of my 1%, as small as it is this year. I appreciate you, man. If money's tight, don't do it. But if you can, take care of those people. It's amazing how they appreciate it. All right, 42 XX10, $50 asking for Rush. I must deliver.
A modern day goldfish lives in style, but you haven't tipped in quite a while. My money is all spent. You haven't tipped a cent. I gotta pay my rent, or I'll be living in a tent in Portland.
Rush, happy holidays. Any excuse to play that. Razor for 2, be a guest on the Erotics channel one day. Yeah, anytime. I talk to Gary all the time. I consider him a friend, and we just really haven't connected on it. But I would go on Forbidden Frontier. You know, I just when Gary was here for his meetup, which if you're a Nerdrotic fans, you should come to Vegas for his meetups. They're a lot of fun. Gary talks to everybody. So we had dinner the night before, and Gary's a super nice guy. The guy you see on his channel is who he is. And we talked about Forbidden Frontier, about me coming on there. And I said, Gary, you know more about this stuff than I do. So I'll come on, but I don't know what the topics until someone in the audience says, you should check this out. And I had never heard of whatever it is that you wanted me to do. And then I research it. So it may seem like I know a lot of stuff, but I really don't. So I'm afraid to go on there and be like, yeah, I never heard of that. Yeah, I don't know. No, that's new to me. So I don't know if that makes me kind of a boring podcast guest, but if Gary asked me, I'd do it anytime. He's the best. Paul, did YouTube delete my Bush super chat or another mod? I don't know. If it was kind of naughty, another mod might have, but I didn't. I don't delete any of the chats. Like if there's no mods in here, then everything goes through. And the naughty ones, I'll read them anyway before the mods get there. So I don't know which mods are here. AC was here before. I thought I saw Mary Jane. Mary Jane is strict. She drops the hammer real hard. But Paul, you're a mod. So I don't, can mods block other mods? I don't know that. But it was not me, sir. Jalapeno, the earth is 70% covered in water. Okay, that's non-carbonated. That's true. Therefore, the earth is flat.
Funny stuff.
All right. I don't do the flat earth stuff because flat earthers are so into it that I'm afraid that the comments would just be overwhelming, because I'm not a flat earther. But if I go on an alternate video platform like Rumble or Odyssey, because YouTube won't show flat earth videos. And if I sit there and if I watch a few hours of flat earth videos, I finish and I'm like, they have a lot of interesting points. I have to like shake it out. I'm like, no, it's not flat. I'm like, maybe Antarctica is just a big wall. Maybe it's just a big wall of ice that goes on forever. I don't know. Ooh, this is risky, Mills. Donald Barr bio would be good. Former OSS CIA Epstein handler wrote Space Relations. He would certainly be good, but The Bars is a powerful family, that all connected to the Maxwells and Epstein and all that. I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to play in that sandbox. Guys, remember what happened to Robert Maxwell? He was suicided off his yacht because when you're a billionaire with a giant yacht, that's your life is awful. So remember, they found him just floating. Yeah, I don't know if I'm looking to play in that sandbox. What's up? Merry Christmas. 27 from Australia. Love the vids, mate. Best channel on YouTube. Haha, bless. Same to you, man. Appreciate the support. Minetta, frozen surgeon can be cleaned out. They told me it couldn't. But now I'll know for next time. I still feel it right there. And I don't know, not too long ago, I was throwing the football around with the boys in the parking lot. And I was just too afraid. I was too afraid. And then I was embarrassed because they were like, I thought you were an athlete. And I was like, dude, I was, but come on, man. I was just too afraid to really let it go because I did not want to bring it back. So I was like, you know what? Let them think I'm uncoordinated. I don't care enough. But it did hurt my feelings. Cow says, hell yeah, I was trying to add in everything about the stolen bones that they use for occult stuff. The Bushes. Oh, that you're talking about the Bush family. The Bushes are the whole own conspiracy. The Bushes are the whole own conspiracy. Yeah. I've hit that family hard on the channel, but I think I've hit it hard enough. Retro, I see your comment. I don't know if I'm going to get to it. Thank you for the $50. Asking if I read any comics. I never got into them, which is kind of strange because I check so many nerd and geek boxes. I don't know why, but I never got into comics. I remember when I was a little kid, we read like Richie Rich and those kind, but I never got into like the cool comics. I mean, is it too late? Because like Dark Horse, I like their stuff. Is that a comic? That's comics, right? Full Metal Crazy, thanks for doing this. FedEx man who spends most holidays alone. You have a unique way of bringing worth into a home. Love the 21st stream. Thanks, man. Thanks for doing what you do. FedEx drivers don't get as much love as they deserve. It's a tough job. Tough job. Imagine if there was no FedEx. Imagine if we had to rely on the government to deliver packages again. Why is there still a post office? If you're yelling union, then you are correct. Katie, you have no idea how much this means to the ones of us who are alone. Thank you so much. You and the Wi-Fi's are amazing. Much love from Australia. You're very welcome, Katie. That's why I do this. And I used to stream these from the kitchen where you can see everybody because I felt like if you're alone, maybe it's helpful to see everybody having fun in the background. But two issues. One is the noise. I can hear them from here. Maybe you can too. I can hear them screaming from here. And I have a whole courtyard in between me and the kitchen. I don't know if I can show you. Let me see if I can show you. Because I can hear them through all of this. So you see, so that's outdoors. And I can hear them screaming. Oh no. Hang on, hang on. Yeah, I know, I see it. Because you know what happened? I zapped it again. Are we back? Yeah, we're back. Okay. I didn't ground myself, so that's what happened. So they're too noisy, so it was hard for me to concentrate. But secondly, everybody was really uncomfortable, like having 1,000 people watch them eat and get drunk. So, and Jen and I had a, I don't want to say a fight, a disagreement about it. She's like, don't do it this year because, no one wants, they're eating and we say stuff and maybe shouldn't be out there. And I was like, we have to, people who are alone need to see other people just so we feel like we're all together. And then after I thought about it, I was like, she might have a point. Besides, it's just quieter this way. And you got to see Jen and Victoria. Gino popped in with some good stuff. So they're out there. But that's why I do this, is for people who are by themselves. So I don't know if I'll do it forever, but I'm going to try. Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's, I'll be here. So I'm on the West Coast, so we'll watch the ball drop. Watch the ball drop because it's easy for me because it's only 9:00. So if you're by yourself and bored on New Year's, we'll hang out, we'll have fun. Hecklefish will sing "Auld Lang Syne" because he has to. Look at Botox for shoulder. I didn't even consider that. Maybe the NFL has terrible doctors. Is that what I'm learning right now? I don't know. Maybe that's why the Cardinals are terrible that year. I'm looking at Botox for my face. Actually, I don't think I'm there yet, but I'm not above it. I'm not above it because Jen's like, you should get, the wrinkles. I said, I don't mind these. It's the bags under the eyes that I'd like to get rid of. But I think they got a cut for those. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to cut into my face. He says that now. Well, if I'm still doing this when I'm 60. You never know. Trader, $100. You got nothing, Hecklefish?
I'm a goldfish. In a steel bowl I swim. I wanted a tip. I wanted a tip.
Over the years, how many office chairs have you bought to do the show intro? Do you mean the one that I zipped down on? To be honest, it's the same one since the beginning. It's the same Amazon $15 stool that I took the back off because you can see it on the camera and it looks kind of weird, but it's that same stool from the very beginning. Eric, what do you think of the conspiracy on the poles of Saturn being where reality is projected from? I'm doing an episode on that. Working on an episode of that right now, including the black cube of Saturn and some of that other cool stuff. Yeah, so that episode is in the works. I'll fast track it since you asked, which happens a lot on the streams, is I'll have a lot of episodes that are just sort of in the works, but if people start asking for them, we'll move them up the list. That's what happened with Saint Germain, was a couple of Patreon members wanted a redo of it, with a little bit of a deeper dive. So I found some new information. So if you saw that episode come up and you're like, I saw this already, there's all new stuff in there. New jokes, one old joke, but there's new info in there. Wolfman, you're very welcome. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the 20. Millsy, 007, controversial part isn't making contact, but forcing craft down after contact is made. Are they forcing craft down? Isn't that something that's always bothered you, is if you have this advanced technology, why are you crashing so much? I think I asked that on an episode, and Hecklefish said it must be women alien drivers. But that's his joke. That's not my joke. It's not my joke. That's his joke. Paul, you have been very generous with the super chats. I see all of them. John Kirkhouse says the Snowden Files confirms the ability for remote vehicle control. He does, for whatever that's worth. My daily drive is a 1997 Toyota. It'll run forever, man. My Honda Accord ran forever. But yeah, I remember Snowden saying that and talking about how cell phones can be surveillance devices, which we all knew. But he says even when they're off. That's interesting. Yeah, I think this is what you're talking about, Paul, right? This is about political parties, but at least friendly reminder, Laura Bush killed a man, and you probably don't know that. I don't think no, I do know that, because that was that back when George was still doing coke? The Bushes come up a lot in Tucker's 9/11 documentary. But I didn't need him to do that for me to know that the Bush family was evil. I've talked about them. Wilma Titscrow, good to see you. Best channel on YouTube. I don't think so, but we're top 10. Claude E. Birth for 2. Give a heart for Hecklefish.
Now, this is an idea I can get behind.
I didn't know this one. My wife was at the Rap 99 shooting. There's a story there? I'm going to take a look at that. Oh, the Vegas shooting. Oh, I know the story there. I don't cover it because it's so controversial. But yeah, that's an Islamic attack. But it sounds so fringe because nobody really follows that. But yeah, that was Islamic terrorism. If that's what you're talking about. But no, but that's a little aggressive for me to cover. You know, if 9/11 is easier even because there's just so much more. You know, with the Vegas shooting, it's the connections through Paddock's wife and all of that. If that's what you mean. Let me check the chat. Most modern electronics never really turned off. That's true. To stop putting yourself down so much, the best channel in our eyes, because you not only open our eyes to certain things, but also open up our minds to other possibilities. I appreciate that. Look, I don't think the channel's the best on YouTube, but for channels that cover weird stories and with deep analysis, I think we're the best one because I think we're the only one, at least the only one who does it in it with a sense of humor. No one importance is, I want you to be safe, but do an episode on the Clintons. I'm more afraid of them than I am of the Bushes. You know, because that's it. The Bushes are a dynasty with deep state intel community going all the way back to Preston and even before. You know, this is like I don't know if they're a Plymouth Rock family, but they go back a while. The Clintons, no. Clintons starts with Bill for the most part. And I don't think the Clintons care all that much anymore. Oh, I didn't know Zeb was here. Zeb, big supporter of the channel. If you do Phantom Calls, check out Gary Sudbrink. He's on my list. And there's audio. He's on my list to do a full show on him because the audio is so creepy. It's so good and so creepy. But yeah, that's a cool call, Zeb. Zeb, go easy on the weights. All right. You look a little jacked. It's natural though. I could tell you're not juicing. Zeb's hitting the gym. Jill, had to start chemo this month. Second round was yesterday. So weird Christmas this year. I bet it is. Thanks for the fun live stream. You're very welcome. I hope the chemo goes okay. I know how hard it is. I sat with Dad many hours in that chair, many, many hours. And boy, he dreaded it. He did it like a champ, but he would just, got to go do the thing today. So I just sit with him in the chair for how long it took and then help him to the car and help him throw up and all that. I hope it goes okay for you, Jill. Chasing Destiny appreciates the work along with the team. If you're ever in Abacos, drinks are on me. I don't know where Abacos is, but I'm down for free drinks. Oh, they got quiet over there. That must mean the wine is starting to open. I think we're at the point where I can have a little sip, right? You guys are cool with that? Oh no, now they're laughing. We'll just do a little white wine. Merry Christmas, everybody. Just do a little white wine. I can't do whiskey because I still got about an hour to go. And then it'll be cringe if I have to watch this back or listen to the wife. What did you say? Why do we have 3 emails from lawyers? Merry Christmas from Germany. Thanks for being here. You're very welcome. Nominios. If that's your real haircut, man, that's badass. And just in case says, thanks for doing this, helps immensely. I'm glad, man. Appreciate you. Should we do something special for New Year's? I had some news stories, but I didn't get to it because we kind of already talked it all out. And we talked through our Atlas. I'm looking to see if we want to see about this Egyptian discovery. Archaeologists announced the discovery of the tomb of Thutmose II in Egypt's Valley of the Kings, the first royal Egyptian tomb uncovered since Howard Carter found King Tutankhamun in 1922. The tomb contains hieroglyphic inscriptions and a painted celestial ceiling belonging to the pharaoh who ruled 1493 to 1479 BC. All right. Let's take a look at that. All right, I don't know what it's paywalled. It's paywalled. Let's see if we have something else. Some of the most archaeological fascinating finds of 2025. All right, there's King Thutmose. Oh, wow. Unearthed Valley of the Kings, vast royal necropolis near Thebes and modern modern Luxor. Thutmose ruled about 3,500 years ago and was the great grandfather of Tutankhamun. He was the first pharaonic tomb found in the Valley of Kings since King Tut. Christmas gift from Jen. Kind of blew my mind. I don't know if you guys can see it. Maybe I'll see if I can take it off. She got me a coin that is from the time of Alexander the Great, which would be, when would that be historians out there? About 350 BC? So 2,300, I think about 350 BC. I could be wrong on that, but I'm probably not. I don't know if you can see it, but I'm going to try. And it's a special coin because the way it was stamped, it was, can you see that? You can kind of see it. So here is, let me make sure it's facing the right way. That's Alex. So this was minted just after his death as a celebration of him. You can see him with the lion's head on. Alexander the Great, because she knows I kind of dig him, because he conquers half the known world in his 20s. He died when he was 32 years old. It's like kind of makes you feel like, what am I doing with my life? I conquered anything. Alexander the Great, general when he was 20. Or what else did we discover? Drinking den in Pompeii. If you guys have never been to Pompeii and you're into history, so she got me that because she knows I'm very much into ancient history to the point where I get emotional about it. So when I was at the Pantheon in Rome, Pantheon goes back a long time. Just touching that stone, I started to cry a little bit because, like with this coin, it's not just a trinket to me. You know, I feel like I can feel the history of it, and I think about, you know, this is real silver. So this is about what a craftsman would make for a day or two's work. You know, so it's not a ton of money. It's a couple of days' pay, but I imagine how many hands it's gone through, and I picture this, you know, them stamping the silver, talking about Alexander when they're doing it. And because it's in such good shape, I was able to track down, because you can see on the coin, I was able to track down the mint where it was made. So it was made in southern Turkey. Yeah, amazing. So I get into the ancient history. So in Pompeii, if you've never gone there, it's unbelievable. I don't know what it's like now. I haven't been there in years, but when I was there, you can walk the whole city. And you guys know Pompeii. Vesuvius covered the city. Pompeii was like a really a vacation city for wealthy Romans would go to Pompeii. And when Vesuvius covered it, it was just gone for years and years until it became like a legendary city. Nobody even knew if it was real or not. Pliny the Younger talked about it because he watched his father, Pliny the Elder. I mean, what a badass! Saw all the stuff happening. People were, it's because Vesuvius was all day, so it was an earthquake, and they didn't really know what was going on. And I'm glad that the video's there because you can see some of it. Oops. So Pliny sees what's going on. The ash is coming down, and now all the people in the village, they're running out toward the sea, toward the docks, but there's nowhere to go. So Pliny and a lot of other Romans say, we gotta go over, we gotta get these people out, and they just start taking ships right into the mouth of hell. You can kind of see in the video, or you can't see in the video there, because I zapped the screen again. Is what happened. There we go. And I think I covered this. So imagine this in the city. In one episode, I covered Vesuvius. I did a whole time lapse on it about what the whole day was like. So Pliny and a bunch of these heroes just start taking their ships to go and grab as many people as they can from Pompeii, and Pliny died doing it. I think his boat was hit with, it was fire that was it was rocks on fire. So the Younger writes about it, and that's really the only reason we know about it is because of how he wrote about it. So if you go and visit there, you can walk the streets and you can see the bodies. See, like this, and these are not actual bodies, but you can see this. You can see people. You can see mothers holding their children, just waiting for the end to come. I mean, look at the detail you can see on this person's face. He's just climbing, maybe to get away, maybe to help a loved one. I don't know, but you can see it in his posture. But these aren't the actual bodies. What happens is the ash covers the bodies, and they decompose in there. And then, since the ash is hardened, the body decomposes, and you're left with these impressions. So if you walk around the streets of Pompeii, you can see all of this stuff. You can go into the homes. Yeah, this is what it was like when I was there, just like this. So that was a very, very emotional experience for me, because it's one thing to hold the coin and imagine the people, right? Imagine who held this. How many hands did this go through for 2,000 years? And it's another thing to go to Pompeii and see the people. We got a Maya king grave. Oh, so many good discoveries in South America because of the LIDAR. Oldest smoke-dried mummies. Ancient animal traps. How old are those? 10,000 years. Ancient Egyptian pleasure barge. We got a little party boat. What's going on here? Just in time for the festive season, archaeologists announced the discovery of an underwater wreck of a giant pleasure barge or floating palace in the harbor near the Egyptian city of Alexandria. The remains have been lying only about 23 feet underwater, under about 5 feet of depth, right there. Capital of Ptolemaic Egypt from about 300 BC, and a major city under the Roman Empire from about 30 BC. Ancient writers describe Ptolemaic pleasure. The Ptolemaic line can still be traced to today, by the way. So that goes back to Cleopatra the First. Imagine, so there are descendants of them still today. In fact, it hasn't been proven through DNA, but there are allegedly descendants of the affair that Cleopatra had with Julius Caesar. Oh, I'm fascinated by it. I love it. And I was just about to look at the numbers to see if we lost half of our viewers. to see. I guess not everybody's into ancient history, but there's still DNA evidence of the Ptolemaic family line, but also possibly of Caesar, because he didn't have any surviving children. I think his first child died at birth with Julia, and then I don't think he had any others with his second wife. Could be wrong. Oldest family tree is Confucius. This is because it's documented. Confucius family tree goes back, I think, about 2,500 years. And Confucius has millions of living descendants. Ancient writers describe Ptolemaic pleasure barges carrying the feasting elite between choice spots along the leafy shores. And it sounds like a princess cruise, doesn't it? Leafy shores and lotus beds of Egypt's canals. Every day and every night is crowded with people in the boats who play the flute and dance without restraint. Okay. This is Greek geographer Strabo. We talked about Strabo just last week, I think. So does Genghis, however they want to say it, Genghis Khan. Yeah. I mean, everybody has, I think everybody or so many people have just a drop of Mongol blood because of him. Because he was also very prolific. Confucius, I don't know how prolific he was with the procreation. It's just there's so many because it's documented. It's documented. Where Genghis Khan, he was very specific about getting his DNA into as many people as possible. And it wasn't all consensual. Chris saying, thanks for the membership. Best Christmas present. And it wasn't me. It was just generous people watching. Empress Georgina has a lot of Mongolian heritage. That's very cool. I've never had mine done. I've never had my DNA done because I'm the conspiracy guy, right? And I don't want my DNA on file. So 23andMe, I hope they're not watching, wanted to sponsor the show with pretty lucrative ad buy. But part of the deal was, what we'll do for the commercial is AJ will take a swab and send in his DNA and we'll tell him what his lineage is. And I was like, nope, I'm not just putting my cells into the mail to 23andMe, which I'm pretty sure has some government funding. I almost said I could be wrong about that, but I don't think I'm wrong about it. So look, if you've done it, no judgment. It's super cool. I'd like to know, but I have a very strong feeling, since most of my family is from Naples, like South Naples, Nebalidan, it's just poor Italians. Like I'm just going to be generic poor Southern Italians. But poor cultures make the best food. There's no denying that. So the pleasure bars. So that's everything. Those are the discoveries this year. Super cool. I guess Zayuas didn't get involved in this. Although he seems to be focused on Giza. I don't know. I don't like that man. If you watched the last episode, you probably understand that. Aphrodisiac. Can't explain how much your channel has helped over the past few months. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for doing what you do. Merry Christmas. You're very welcome. Thank you for the support. You didn't have to be so generous, but I do appreciate it. And I hope you're having a good Christmas, and I hope next year is wonderful for you. Nicole, the COVID commentary is great. When is the episode? I really need the story, because I don't just do political commentary. And maybe I'll do COVID commentary on the streams and talk about it. And I've made plenty of jokes over the years about COVID, even when we were in the middle of it, because that's when I started the channel, was when we were in lockdown. And I was always, Hecklefish would make jokes about the jab, and how it doesn't work, and the mRNA. We'd make all those jokes, but I would try to be very careful, because back then, all the conspiracies were conspiracies, because back then it was a bat. And back then the vaccines, which aren't vaccines, worked, and everybody had to have them and all that. So I didn't want to go hard, because so many people had to take the vaccines. Like they had no choice. I mean, you always have a choice. But there were people like I had to do it or I couldn't keep my job, or I live in LA and I can't go anywhere without my without my card, which half of them are forged anyway. So I didn't want people to feel less than because they got the vaccine. Look, if you got it because everybody was telling you it was going to help, then okay, you believed them. I did not. That's why I said the channel is aging like fine wine, because all those jokes that we made, it's all come true. And now I think it's safe to do a COVID video because all the conspiracies are true. The bad thing is done. And you saw me go hard after Fauci. So it's not like I'm hiding it. But again, it's sensitive because there are people here in my house that are on like their third vaccine. And for some reason, everybody I know who's got the vaccine gets COVID multiple times. I don't know if that's been the same for you, but everybody I know has got it multiple times and worse. Not like I'm immune. I got COVID. I had it for about a week and it was it sucked, but it was a week. At first it felt like a cold, like I was really tired. What happened was we moved from where did we move? It was to Plano. I think it might have been to Texas. Might have been we drove to Texas. So Gino and I drove all night. I drove 25, 26 straight hours. You know, in the F-150, solid, dragging a U-Haul, and got home and I was just really tired. And I thought it was because I was up all night driving. And the next day, Jen and I are having a steak, and I'm putting A1 on there. Haters welcome. I don't do it in a steakhouse, but at home, A1, a lot of A1. And so I'm eating the steak with the A1, and I make a face, and I pick up the bottle, and I'm like looking at the bottle, but you know, of course, I'm looking at it with my readers, and she's like, "What are you doing?" I said, I think the A1's bad." She's like, "I just got that." She looked, "It's not bad." I said, "It tastes rotten." And then I went, "Uh-oh." And just like tasted a few things. I'm like, I think I got the vid. And within a day or two, I got really sick. But it was like a flu, and then I was okay. But here's the thing that I just discovered. So if you follow the channel, you can hear my nasal issues. Like, I can't say the word electromagnetic. I can kind of say it now. It's because my sinuses have been just clogged, like allergies and sneezing and eyes running, miserable since Texas. And I've never been allergic to anything in my life. And so I'm like, is it the Texas weather? But Texas weather is a lot like New York weather. You know, it's just kind of humid and crap in the air. And then we moved to Vegas, and it's still there. And it's a completely different climate here. And it's just miserable. I wake up and the eyes are running, and I would go through. I mean, I don't have them on my desk now, but you could see. Can you see behind me the box of tissues on the bar? Tissues on the bar, tissues by my chair, tissues there, backup tissues underneath. Go through about 3 boxes of those a day for the past few years. And my doctor put me on like nose steroids. This one didn't help. Did the neti pot, the things that and suck out your nose. Is this would drain? You ever do a neti pot? It's the weirdest thing if you're new to it, because you put it up one nostril and it goes up through your brain. And out the side is very strange. But once you get used to it, it's actually pretty refreshing. Nothing worked, and it's just miserable and miserable. And as a performer, if this is what I do, I talk for a living, so I can't pronounce words. My eyes are constantly. If you look at the videos, even if you look at some of the more recent ones, my eyes are bloodshot, not because I'm tired. It's because I probably just had a sneezing fit, blowing my nose. Nothing worked. So the one night, and it was just a week ago. It was just 1 week. I was just having the worst night with the sneezing and the sinuses. I was so sick of it. It ruins your sleep. You have to sleep with your mouth open. Wasn't a snorer, became one. So I said, you know what? Let's AI diagnose, because this helped me before. And I just started a conversation with AI about what was going on. here's what happened, here's this, here's that, here's what my doctor's on, here's what I've tried. ENTs can't really figure it out. Knows my sinuses are screaming inflamed. Angry is what the doctor said. I don't know if that's a medical term. Deviated septum, no, none of that. Surgery is not going to help what you have. So I just went through the AI diagnose with just a back and forth conversation. And then and it was getting nowhere. It recommended the medicine I already use. Flonase, forget that. It recommended saline washes. I already do that 10 times a day. Never had to do any of this before. Finally, the AI goes, have you ever had COVID? I'm like, yeah, I had COVID. Well, when did you have it? Put in the date, which is, 2021, summer 2021. Well, when did the symptoms start? And I went, 2021. And what the AI told me was there are certain types of long COVID that, and I don't have long COVID, certain types of lingering COVID that what happens is COVID is so aggressive with your like your histamine reaction that after your body has COVID, just the slightest thing will set it off. The slightest thing. Once I would start a sneeze, would sneeze 12 times. And it was never like that. Or once I would start to feel a little something with my nose, it would just start running and it was so miserable. So AI figured out that I'm having an overreaction to all types of stimuli with my nose. So anytime there's the slightest change in anything, which I would notice, because I could be at work and be fine, but then get home and suddenly be miserable, or vice versa. Get to work and be fine. So it's the slightest thing would trigger my nose to go into overdrive and just start running and everything. So it said, ask your doctor for ipratropium bromide. Now I was like, oh, what is that? And I don't like to ask my doctor for new meds. But I looked this up and it was like, oh, there's really nothing to it. This is like a very commonly prescribed thing. So he prescribed it. I went from 3 boxes of tissues a day to 1 tissue a day. And the 1 tissue is just when I flush with the saline, blow my nose, and then put the medicine in, and that's it. It's done. And if I forget to take that, I can feel the symptoms coming back. Take that, done. You haven't heard me sniffle once during this. If you watch the other after files, you'll see me taking breaks to just blow my nose. So if you're experiencing like weird nasal stuff, think back, did you have COVID? Because that's what happened. And what makes me think of that is, when I'm kind of being snarky about COVID, it's like, it affects people. It was a real thing. And it affects me still. And it's incurable, what I have, by the way. So I just have to squirt that in my nose all the time. Have you guys tried that in the chat? Famotidine fixes it too. AI didn't tell me that. AI told me to try that, so I looked it up to see how aggressive it would be. It was like, oh, it's fine. It's an easy script. Doctor's like, sure. Went and grabbed it, fixed it. Fixed it. Magic. I even teased my doc a little bit about it. I'm like, why didn't she give me this a year ago? ASD, my mother did. She got the same problem. Eminem, I'm gonna type it in the chat for you because it's magical, and I really wouldn't recommend drugs to people. And you should, of course, doctor. Drop it in the chat. But I looked this up, and this is a very easy medication. No real side effects. That's all it is. Squirt in the morning, squirt in the middle of the day, squirt at night. Jen's like, you don't snore anymore. I could sleep now as long as I'm not, too much whiskey in the brain. So that's in my bag. I carry it around with me. Mindy Jeanette has already done that. Sammy Blue Eyes, I'll get to that. I need it. Check it out in the chat and ask your doctor about it. He'll prescribe it without even a question because it's an easy one. Bromide is toxic, but the bromide in that solution is 0.03%. So you're not supposed to take more than the 3 shots a day, but I haven't needed it. Brendan, oh my God, I've been feeling the same. Couldn't figure it out. That's why I told that long story, to be honest with you. It wasn't just because you're my therapist. What I'm hoping is that there's a couple of people in the chat that are like, oh my God, I haven't been able to figure this out. And if you trace it back to when you had COVID, is that when it started? And that's when it started with me. I thought it was just Texas throughout. I thought I was just allergic to the state of Texas, but came to Vegas where I've been a million times before anyway. And it was here too. Doctor thought it was cat allergies. I said, Doc, I've had it forever. My buddy boy would sleep on my neck and it was fine. Jim, AJ, Alex Jones should be a good time. Like, I'm always surprised who knows the channel and then surprised who doesn't. Because a week or 2 ago on InfoWars, apparently Alex does call-ins. I didn't know he did that, live call-ins. And someone called in and said, hey, you should talk to AJ from the Y-Files. You guys, that would be cool. And he's like, he was complaining about how no podcast will have him on. So he said, no, you should talk to AJ from the Y-Files. He'd have you on. Because I think I would. As long as it's not too political. Just talk conspiracies. I don't want to talk politics. And he's like, I never heard of that. The what file? Why I never heard of that. So someone sent me that clip. I'm like, oh man, I figured that he would have definitely heard of it. But he didn't. I'm sure he would come into the basement, but I have to be so careful with him. Stargate 8928. Does AJ got an episode of Robert Monroe? I do indeed. I don't remember the name of it, but I do get into it. And the Monroe Institute, loved the episode. They even sent me some free stuff. So I don't remember the name of the episode where I covered it. Let me see if I can just find it. I'll search for Monroe Institute. Because that was the gateway process. That was it. So this is the one. The United States military is always looking for. Shut up! I can't even listen to it. Can't even listen to it. But there's a link to the. So yeah. So I go to Monroe in that episode. Super fun.
It's not time to wrap it up.
Is that jazz hands?
Yes.
Fosse?
Jazz hands.
It's time to wrap it up.
Yep.
All right. It's almost time to eat. Mangia una guista bella?
Sí.
Sí. Okay.
Sí, signore.
Okay. Gracias. All right, almost time to wrap it up, she says. So Stargate there. So look for the gateway process. It's a fun episode. I tried it. I couldn't get it to work. I fall asleep every time. I bet they use the sound of Alex Jones' voice as torture. It's rough, man. I'd almost rather listen to RFK give a speech. Alex has got some gravel. Essay. AJ got volunteer. I did. Dead fish. E prego. Parla italiano. Parla italiano. Formaggio. My Italian's a little rusty, but it was pretty good back in the day. Will this work for nasal polyps? It won't. I looked into that. It won't work for that. What the drug does that I'm talking about is it's almost a nerve. It almost operates on the nerve endings in your nose. So it tells your nose when your nose gets nervous, because I had a nervous nose. Like, oh, something's changed, so make yourself miserable. It tells your nerves everything's cool. Don't release a bunch of snot. Don't inflame. That's what it does. It's this weirdest thing. But I'm told to also continue to use the steroids with it, just to kind of alternate, because the steroids help the inflammation. But this stuff has been magic. Still a tiny bit congested, but otherwise it's been magic. And now I can pronounce words again without feeling self-conscious. So frustrating, because I used to be a voiceover artist. They used to pay me to speak, and I couldn't say words. info. It's amazing where all that mucus comes from. I was thinking the same thing, like during it. Like, how am I producing all this? 3 boxes a day. I have to turn off my Amazon subscription because I got a case. I would get a case like every other week. I guess I got to turn that off. Faxes, thanks. Live chats are the best. I'm glad you enjoy them. Jonathan, gabapentin. Don't take gabapentin for this. Be careful with the gabapentin, man. That stuff makes me loopy. All right, I'm just scrolling through the chat. AC, thanks for hanging out today. Our other mods, Paul, appreciate you. Everyone, thank you so much for the super chats, for supporting the channel. I'm sorry if I didn't get to your super chat. I tried. Do a couple of quick ones before the wife comes back. There's Enigma. Thanks for the company. God bless. Merry Christmas. Hooah! I guess we got U.S. Army in the chat, which is not unusual. There's Bronson Madoon episode of RH Negative Individuals on my list. So on my list, mostly on my list because that's Jen's blood type. Cor, thanks for all you do. You're very welcome. And for someone who drives for work, have you ever heard the black dog or black shuck that warns drivers to rest? I have, but that's an interesting one. I'm going to add that to my third syndrome research. No, Asuka, nobody should take gabapentin. I tend to agree. I was prescribed it. I have it still. And look, I drink. I got basically a pharmacy under. I didn't like the way gabapentin made me feel. It was, it's very strange. You know, when you're drunk, right? You're just drunk and you kind of really don't know what you're doing. I mean, you remember, you don't really know what you're doing. Gabapentin made me feel super drunk and woozy, but in my inside of my brain was totally aware what was going on and was screaming like it was screaming at me how uncomfortable it was. Now, I don't know, maybe it's different. Different people have different reactions. I'm usually pretty tolerant to drugs. Gabapentin didn't agree with me. And that's what they give, like, they give that to my cats. Like, if we have to go in for like a stressful procedure, they'll give them gabapentin. Probably not as much as I took. So yeah, I don't think anyone should take it. I don't think anyone should take Xanax, but if you got to take it, you got to take it. I do sometimes. Bramon, I don't like pills. I don't mind them. Unless there's kids watching, then you should never take anything. All right, just doing one last check. Just putting this out. Paul says, PSA, don't use Afrin. I never heard of it. Very addictive. And this stuff's not addictive. It's addictive when you realize how magical it is. But it was earlier today. I started sneezing and I went, didn't take my squirt. Saber, thank you for that generous tip. Amazing. Fallen Angel, please visit us in Salem. We'll show you the spooky stuff. I'd like to see that. I'd like to do a trip to Salem. I've been there, but it's been a long time. A lot of friends in Mass, all over the place. Mostly Brookline, though. But all over Mass. I know that Mass Pike. Code, thanks for that. Compliment the channel. Merry Christmas to you. Thank you for the generous tip. Kenneth, that's such a humbler and selfless video put up earlier. Oh, you're very welcome. I don't know. Was it really humble? I don't think so. If anything, I felt I tried not to be too preachy about it. And in the video, it was off the cuff. It's not like I scripted that. That's why there's cuts in there, which I rarely do for those type of from the heart videos. I kind of just like to let it flow. But the reason there's cuts is because I was just sitting there going, I didn't want you to sit through all that. So you're not missing anything in the cuts. But that's why there was cuts. So I took out some of the rambling. But I didn't want to come off too preachy and I made sure to say in the video that, look, if you're not making if you're making $40,000 a year and you got to break off a percent, $400 is a lot of money, because I totally get that. that's why in the video I was sure to say that it's not just of appreciation for what these people do. It's understanding, because I have done it. I've been in service industries and stuff, and felt unappreciated and working so hard, so that when someone comes along who's very generous and understands you, it really hits you. You know, when you serve somebody a couple of beers and they give you $50 and you're like, what? And you can't believe it, because you've been just taking singles off the bar all night for doing 6 cocktails, and they throw the dollar up there because they feel like they have to. And then you get that one guy who you pull one single beer and he throws you 50. And you remember that. You just remember that. And if you're a bartender, you really remember that dude, because when he comes back in, sit by me. I got you. All right. Let me wrap it up before I get in too much trouble here. Thanks, everybody, for coming today. I hope you have a very, very Merry Christmas, a very safe one. Looking forward to 2026. A lot of fun stuff coming for you. If you're feeling lonesome, we'll be here on New Year's Eve, counting down the ball, having some fun. I don't know if the whole gang's going to be here, but probably. The wife loves to entertain. So it should be fun. Thanks again for the super chats. Members, appreciate you. Patreon, see you there. And Hecklefish will sing you out.
And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear. I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I swam down each and every highway, and more, much more than this. I did it my way. I've loved, I've laughed and cried. I've had my fill, my share of losing. And now, as tears subside, I find it all, it's all so amusing to think I did all that and not in a shy way. Oh no, not me. I did it my way. For what is a fish? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. Our record shows I took the blows and did it my way. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Let's hear it for the Wyatt Miles House Band. You guys sounded great tonight. And take care of those waitresses, will you? All right. Everybody get home safe. This is Hecklefish. And you know what? I did it my way.